defensive stand to only force a field goal. The job's not finished. There's still 31 seconds left, but we only have one timeout. Take the lead. I baited him just like I did Kentucky, and Worley fell for it. Deron Singleton. Momentum. That's how an expert navigates a scripted start in an NCAA 14 game on the road. Completely baited him, and it worked. And now, after going down 17-0, we were in danger of going down 31-14. Okay, so episode 3, Missouri Dynasty, season 2. I needed to get off the game after what happened last episode. I needed to. I mean, that was probably worse pain than the Michigan State-Notre Dame game and the Michigan State Dynasty of season 1, and I didn't think any game would top that one. In my opinion, last episode, the game against Michigan certainly did. Or if not, they're literally in the same tier in terms of, like, you know, peak cinema of a game. I'm sure it was peak content for you guys to watch me rage like that. It's been hot in Texas, so that's why I'm shirtless. I showed speed does it, so I can get away with it too. And we went down in the rankings after beating Mississippi State by 14, 49-35. Our defense has regressed. We were doing very well up until the Michigan game. Michigan is 5-0 now, which is good. I want to see them again. They better not lose a single game this season. They better not. I want to see them in the playoffs because, again, this year we are in the playoffs because it is 2014. That's when the playoffs were first introduced in real life. I want to see Michigan in the playoffs. They better remain undefeated so we can play them again. They better not lose a single game. They better not. And even if they do, they should still be in the playoff hunt anyway. So I hope to see them again. I really do. They're not going to get away with what they did. It's a rivalry now. Missouri, Michigan, it's confirmed. It's a rivalry. We beat. So, again, our defense dropped off after giving up. We held our first 4 opponents of the season to under 30. And, back-to-back games of 17 to Oregon and Georgia. We gave up 41, and we gave up 35 to Dak Prescott and Mississippi State. And you could tell I was pissed because there was zero commentary this entire game. I've never recorded a game with zero commentary, but that's how broken this game right here left me, that I didn't even have any words to even commentate the next game. So, of course, that was just a one-time thing. Fully recovered now. We're playing a 5-2 Florida team who is 22nd. So, again, it's another chance for us to get another ranked win. We already have 3 already. What is Florida's? So Florida beat Idaho's 0-5, not impressive. Beat Eastern Michigan, not impressive. Beat 5-2 Mississippi State as well, 45-38. So that's Ole Miss. So Ole Miss is also 15, and we do play Ole Miss. We play them at our place. They beat Tennessee, who's 5-2. Oh, they lost to Tennessee in overtime, and they won by a touchdown at Ole Miss. Beat Kentucky, lost to LSU, who's 4-2. 45-31, and beat Vandy 45-7, and they got us. And so I guess the SEC is very competitive this year. Take a look at the conference standings. Because that's a lot of, above 500 teams. So we're first in the East. South Carolina, 5-2, 3-1 in conference. Tennessee, 5-2, 2-1 in conference. Florida, who we're playing right now, 5-2, 3-2 in the conference. Of course, Kentucky, Vanderbilt, Georgia, kind of, the garbage, bottom of the barrel. But at least 4 teams are competitive in the East and they can challenge us. And over in the West, LSU 4-2, 3-0. Auburn 4-2, 2-1. A&M 4-1, 2-1. And Alabama, who was literally undefeated, what happened to them? Because they started off so strong. I saw them in the bottom ticker in terms of like the ESPN scoreboard of our games. They were always blowing people out. So what happened? They started the season very strong, beating West Virginia, who's 0-4 now, 62-21. 45-0 Florida Atlantic, 34-0 it's FCS both times. This is just the gaming logic since it doesn't really have that many FCS schools. The same FCS school will get scheduled simultaneously, and one school will play 10 teams in 1 week. So FCS schools in this game become omniscient, and they literally play the same team, FCS. The same FCS team will play 12 different teams at once because the game only has 4 FCS teams to choose from. So FCS schools are become omniscient in this game. And so Alabama went back-to-back weeks beating, this FCS Southeast school 34 to nothing, and then even worse, 51 to 0 the second time. Lost to 5-2 Ole Miss, 24, 31-24. Lost to A&M, 48-41, who's 11th. And you lose to Kentucky, who's not good, 38 to 35. Now, Kentucky gave us a run for our money last season, even though they had no business doing that. And so did Ole Miss as well. Ole Miss gave us a scare last season, too. Yeah, Alabama has just completely fallen off. So, again, 1 through 5. Again, of course, we just beat Mississippi State 49-35. So, again, 1 through 5 is super competitive. Wow, this is the most competitive I've seen in the SEC in a long time, and we dropped in the rankings after being 8th. We fell to 9 after beating that same 5-2 Mississippi State team by 2 scores. USC is number 1. That's a very fraudulent and artificial number 1. Michigan in 2. And as I've said, the Wolverines, you better not, fall out of the playoff race. I want to see you there, and I want to play you again, specifically Michigan. I want to play you specifically. Washington is up here at 3 at 5-0. OU's up here. NC State, Florida State. Florida State always starts off so strong, and yet they lose. This game hates Florida State. I think they started off strong like this last season and just fell off. Clemson's up here. Oregon. Now, again, only 4 teams can get in. So, again, Oregon, a team we beat, who was number 1, and we destroyed them 45-17, is ahead of us. We're 9. Ohio State loses to Michigan State, who's 12. They fall to 5-1, and, of course, 4-1. Michigan State 4-1. So, again, very competitive season, and first year of the playoffs, who will get the 4 spots? Who will be that team to get that 4th spot? Josie, of course, still first place in the Heisman, 2 touchdowns, 180 rushing yards last week against Mississippi State. Kenny Hilliard, Brett Hundley, Jeff Driscoll, and Justice Hayes, who I hate, round out the Heisman. So let's get into the game against Florida. We're not favored. It's a road game in the Swamp. Florida is 9th in points. We're 2nd. We're first total offense. They're 4th. 19th and rushing offense. We're 102nd. We're not a good rushing team. We're 2nd in pass offense, so they're 16th. Total defense, we fell back down to 50 after being top 10 in 3 categories. Since that Michigan game, we've not recovered. Our defense hasn't. And so we fell to 50th. We're 2nd against the run, though, but we're 112th against the pass. And their defense is 36. So we need this one. We need to keep winning and just create amnesia from that Michigan game. We have to. So it's raining in the Swamp. And off camera, I've been grinding on NBA 2K13. Trying to get in that game so we can, play franchise. I don't want to start, franchise mode in that game and not be good at it. Because that's just not fun. Well, it is if I choose a bad team, but I can't play with the Dynasty teams in that game and feel like I'm having fun if I'm playing trash with good teams that were good in real life. You know what I'm saying? So until we get really good in NBA 2K13 on Hall of Fame difficulty, like I am with NCAA 14 on Heisman difficulty, you won't see any NBA 2K content just yet. I got to get better. I got to shake off the decade rust of not playing that game. Once I get good, you'll see the 2K franchises start getting uploaded. So Florida is probably going to want to run the ball. Yep. And we're all over it. Jeff Driscoll loses 4, and we need to recover. And we need to secure our spot in the SEC. This is the most competitive I've seen the SEC ever. 9 teams have only 2 losses. 2 or less losses. That's insane. Nine teams, and the whole. I should really check the conference standings again, but I saw at least 10 teams that have 5 wins, 4 wins, and only 2 losses or 1 loss. That's super competitive. 3rd and 16 though, just like that for Florida, and it's going to be a screen. And Jones is not going to get there. 3-and-out for Florida. And do we have, what's his name? The Mock. Matty Mock. Is he back? He's missed like 4 games. I think he didn't even play in the Oregon game. He's missed like a month. Is he back? Let's see. No, he's not. Bro, where is Matty Mock? Why is he not in the game? Yeah, Matty Mock. It should be first. I don't understand why he's not in. This is not Corbin's team. This is Matty Mock's team. Really, Trent Hosick, who's sick of hose, guarded hose, by the way. He should really run the offense. Yeah, Corbin is just not fast. There's nothing wrong with him, but he's just not fast. And since we're playing in the rain, we're going to go conservative on pretty much everything. Oh, I think I went conservative on defense. Yeah, I didn't want that. Didn't mean to do that. But Florida's going to get a boost because they're playing on their home turf. And this game loves Florida for some reason. So, expect cheating just like the Michigan game. Especially in the swamp. Weird things happen in this stadium. I have a feeling we're going to go 3-and-out. Sorry, we're not. It's Dorial. They expected a streak. We gave him a flat. Genius play calling from yours truly. And isn't it nice to have me commentate again and not be silent? Look at Corbin! Corbin! 23-yard run! This would be a huge game. This would be a huge win, especially in the game's logic because, it's a road, conference opponent. Look at Corbin scoring a touchdown off the same play. Yeah, the game loves these kinds of victories against a, underdog on the road conference opponent who's ranked. We just went right down the field on them. And I have no clue who we're going to play in the championship game. I thought it was going to be Alabama just like last year. Apparently not. It's either going to be Auburn, LSU, or A&M, which is none of those teams I expected to play in the SEC championship game. So, yep, just meet Jones in the gaps. Meet him in the gaps. And it's actually raining right now outside my house in real life, so this game is pretty accurate with the weather. It's going to get sacked. Vincent. Third and 9 for Florida. Oh, Chase. Smith, we cannot give that up. We're so lucky. We're lucky. We're lucky it wasn't the greatest throw from Driscoll because he was wide open. Here come the Zebras. Watch the game. Manipulate his foot. Yeah. Even though that's not a catch, the game's going to say yes because the top part of his foot, I guess, was first. What did I tell you? They manipulated that to make sure the top half of his cleat touched the field first.
That makes it second and 8.
Need to get back to playing good defense. That's going to elevate this team to new heights. Not fooled. Florida calls screens on back-to-back third downs and back-to-back possessions. It results in a punt back-to-back times. Just gonna let that one bounce. And even our offense did fantastic in that scripted Michigan loss. I mean, again, the game knew that I was going to win that. That's why I had to script a fumble. Otherwise, the game was going to choke a 34-7 lead in the third quarter. Because the game was up by 27 late in the third, just like the Atlanta Falcons versus the New England Patriots. And there was going to be another 28-3 kind of comeback if the game didn't script a fumble. So the fact that our offense and really user skill, you know, we fought our way back from that is just it's insane. It took the game cheating to beat me to even win. The game had to pull out all the stops because it knew it was going to choke a 34-7 lead late in the third. So again, our offense, played really well despite that. And again, we're going to rebound. We're going to make the playoffs. We're going to right the wrong. And again, I'm the final authority in terms of who gets to get in the playoffs and who gets left out. What? A circus acrobatic spinning catch. In real life, I don't think anyone makes that catch. I don't think anyone makes that catch in real life. That's a hospital pass I just threw. And the rain, too. Wow, what a catch. Or...
First and 10.
0 first downs for Florida. And Colkin.
That'll bring up second and 3.
I don't think we've shut out an opponent throughout the first quarter yet. Florida State and NC State are playing each other. That game's important because the loser will step out of the way and we get to advance up in the rankings. Punt is short. And because we're not in the Oregon playbook, we don't have a good go-to cheese running play to easily convert the first down. We're going to have to rely on something like a read option. That's our best bet. I just keep forgetting to put us in an Oregon playbook. If we had the Oregon playbook, that would have been an easy conversion. But because we don't, we have to rely on worse running plays. I don't like how he avoided 2 sacks there, but
That makes it second and 10.
we, contained him fairly well. They are all bunched up over here on the right.
Jones on the run. Call it a gain of 1 yard. That'll make it third and 9.
It's third down again for Florida. They keep finding themselves in this position. It's incomplete. Broken up. Good coverage. Brothers, I think, was on the deflection. Florida, for the third straight time, will punt. Great response by our defense after turning it over on downs on offense. Got Beckham again on that curl flat.
Riggs with the tackle. That's good for a gain of 16 yards. First down.
Again, I don't know how we have a first place Heisman candidate, a running back, when we're 102nd in rushing offense. I don't understand the logic behind that. Throw it away, Brett Stresser. Like, think about that. We are 102nd in rushing offense, yet we have a first place Heisman candidate and Henry Josie, who's a running back. Yet we're 102nd in rushing. And I think it was Jimmy Hunt who fumbled. It's not his fault. The game cheated, but I think it was either him or Sasser. I can't remember, but I think it was probably Sasser who fumbled. Jimmy Hunt.
Number 19 makes the tackle. Gain of 11 on the play. That makes it first and 10. Morrison makes the tackle. That's a gain of 6 on the play. That brings up second and 5.
We're throwing punt.
Gain of 6 yards. That makes it first and goal.
Corbin. I don't like that. That animation usually triggers a fumble.
That brings up second and goal.
Henry Josie. Goal line merchant, Henry Josie.
The kick is good. Number 4 sets a return. The kickoff is down for a touchback.
I like what we're doing on defense. We've gotten 3 straight punts in a row. We've been there. We've contained Driscoll whenever he starts to scramble. Not there, though. I knew a draw was coming. We just got to close the door on those running lanes. Completely forgot about Taylor. I missed with brothers.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
Nobody open. I guarded 2 people. I went out and guarded the wide receiver on the outside, sprinted towards the middle to defend Matt Jones over the middle. That's Hall of Fame level user defense. Let's see. Florida 0 for 3 on 3rd down. He's going to get sacked. He tried to take off, and it's not been there. Deron Singleton. And Florida is going for it. Interesting. Trying to go for it on 4th and 5 instead of just punting. Watch for the corners routes. Just yield them to a field goal. Hold them to 3. Had him on 4th and 5. He just got beat. I don't know if a zone was a better call there on that 4th and 5 or not. But hopefully we'll go into halftime up 21-7. Look at them trying to cheat and bring that corner over. No. Jimmy Hunt. He's got 97 and a half. Oh, R1 was wide open, and so was Colkin, but R1 could have had a touchdown. Jimmy Hunt again. He keeps getting up. He's got 110 through the first two quarters. Oakland timeout. We have two more. That was a good timeout. That was a very good timeout. Go inside. Corbin! Timeout. We're going to try for one more play. And if we don't get it, we don't get it. Sasser had a touchdown, but he got jammed and stumbled. Actually, I didn't even mean to press X there. Man, wide open. Who was that? He walks in the end zone. Both of them really. Oh, that was Dora Green Beckham. He was circle. I didn't know the button. If I did, that's a touchdown. Now I gotta try a field goal at a weird angle. Bag it. It's good. At least we get something. Andrew Baggett has not missed this year. Again, if we get the ball to start the second half, that's important. I say it all the time because whoever gets the ball to start the second half, if they played well in the first, they're typically going to win the game 90% of the time. Because then we get the 2 more clock, keep their offense on the sideline, and then we get it back with maybe 5 or 4 minutes. Throw it away. We're not taking a sack. We're not throwing an interception. We threw 3 against Michigan. We're not going to throw anymore. Yeah, Doro Green Beckham had a touchdown. We just didn't know what his icon was because the game purposely didn't show it. So, Joseph Hunt. Again, control the line of scrimmage, control time of possession, control the turnover battle, control the clock. It's a lot of things we're being controlling of. We had 3 people open on that play. And they keep falling for it. Whoa! The CPU got their ankles snatched. Their whole soul was completely just yanked from their chin. Or their Boom, miss. What is that? Well, bro, what is that? What is that? What is this movement? Look at that. Just one plant. One plant. He was beat. Boom. Doro should have ran right by him for a touchdown. Instead, the CPU loops right back around with superhuman vampire speed and makes the tackle. Again, the micro cheating. The micro cheating is crazy. What is that defensive lineman doing there?
That's a gain of 8 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 2. Call it a gain of 7 yards. 1st down.
Look at there. We're not forcing it. Guard me again.
Delayed game, offense. Still 2nd down.
Yeah! I was throwing that to Colgan, but Hunt was too close to him. And it bounced off both of their helmets, and Hunt with the catch. This was a little bit of a disaster, I'm not going to lie. Boom. So it hits off a Florida player who could have made a play on it. He doesn't. Bounces off his helmet. It's intended for Colgan. Bounces off the shoulder of Hunt, who catches it, and Colgan immediately gets in his way. So he's literally hugging Colgan, his teammate, giving his teammate a hug mid-route, while at the same time simultaneously catching the pass. Again, still hugging. They're like doing one of these, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, hey, let's get to my Lou kind of thing. So they're literally they're hugging each other side by side. Hunt stumbles and gets to the 1. Cinema. They're literally being buddy-buddy right there. That's showing affection. Chelsea. And so now, just like I said, Florida's going to get the ball with about less than 5 minutes left. Orban is doing a fantastic job playing on the road in the rain and the swamp. No turnovers, no sacks, just throwing it away when it's not there. Getting rid of it. We just have to continue to bite down on defense and hold Florida. We'll take that. It's not a 1st down. We'll take it. We took it away. He's been scrambling a lot too. We need to go ahead and contain that. And we overshoot with Singleton. We were there to make the play. The play action screen pass. So I'm assuming this is going to go to DeBose. Oh, it's not a run. Good tackle. They had a receiver wide open down the field. If Driscoll would have taken his time and went there, we got completely fooled on that play. They're short. They're going to be 0 for 5. Will they go for it again just like they did last time? No, they're not. I'm not buying it. Be ready for fate. I wonder why they went for it last time then if they're not going to this time. Well, we came off the corner, unblocked on the edge, and disrupted that read option play. We're in no hurry. The game's lagging. You're joking. You are joking. The CPU can call slants all the time and it have no consequences. Hey! We're there! Attack with my back. We over pursued! We had him stopped! We had them stopped and we over pursued with Ruse. We had that sniffed out. And of course, I had no help because everybody else just blocked out the play down the field. I would have been 3rd and long again. Bro, yeah, I'm telling you, they just see it. That's what I'm talking about with Florida. They just get a superpower boost out of nowhere for no reason. This is so frustrating. 2 BS interceptions when we've been playing smothering defense this whole game. Like, all of a sudden, Florida can just clamp up on every down out of nowhere when they've not been doing that all game. That's what I'm talking about. The random buffs that the game gets because it wants me to lose. I'm there with Ruse.
Call it a loss of 3 yards on the way. That brings up 2nd and 13. Number 10 makes the tackle. Gain of 5 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 9.
Man left, man left. Four down, four down. 10's the mic, 10's the mic. Slam, slam. Let's go. Red 18. Red 18.
4 is up. The game's being stupid. All of a sudden, the receivers, or the corners on Florida, even the linebackers, are suddenly just Deion Sanders and can just lock up everything inside. How? He was going to be short. How did we whiff on that? The game forced my player to do a face mask, which is crazy. Go right back to it, actually. They're not stopping us again if we get the ball. They're not stopping us on offense if we get it back. 3rd and goal from the 3.
Offside. Defense. Still 3rd down.
Why is Florida passing it on 3rd and goal from the 1? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? 4th and goal from the 3. No way! No way! No way! Why did my linebacker not make a play on that? He politely took himself out the play. That should have been an interception. My safety, too. I'm spamming triangle. Nothing. Why is my linebacker not doing anything? Telling you the game is micro cheating. I'm smelling the script. I'm shutting it down right now. It's not happening twice. You're not winning the game, Florida. We're going to chew this entire quarter away, and you're going to lose. This entire quarter is getting eaten away. You're not winning. Bro, without those interceptions, they would have just a touchdown. That's it. I just love how the game made my linebacker do nothing on that when I could have easily made a play on it. Could have easily made a play on it.
That makes it 1st and 10.
If that's me on defense, I'm staying stuck behind my teammates. You have to see if you can phase through and get out of that.
That makes it 3rd and 7.
Man left, man left. Two down.
Expect it. Too bad.
1st down.
That's too bad. We were in full control of this game. Full control.
First down. Gain of 7 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
When will they start calling timeouts is the question. A touchdown essentially ends the game. You got talking wide open. Touchdown.
The extra point attempt is good.
We still scored too early, but they were going to stop the clock anyway because they had timeouts.
The kickoff is down for a touchback.
No clue why. I have no clue why Florida's not going no huddle.
That'll make it 3rd and 1.
Mike 10. Mike 10, Mike 10. Squad, squad, squad. Come on, you 1-8. Ready. Hey, Mike 10.
Johnson, let me intercept that game. Picked off! It's Smith! It's game! Smith! And Jeff Driscoll throws his first pick of the game, and Xavier Smith comes up with it. Great coverage. How you like that, Florida? How you like that? I told you. You tried to script a victory out of thin air. Out of nowhere. You were like, okay, I'm going to start cheating now. Nope. You're going to get denied. You are going to get denied. Yeah, just take a knee. Just take a knee. Good stuff, fellas. Way to respond to the adversity. Way to respond to the adversity and shut the door on Florida. I'm telling you, that's a crucial victory that we just accomplished. Crucial. 31-21, 2 turnovers from Corbin Bergstresser gave us stress. We walk away with the W, though. I'm telling you, weird things happen in the swamp. Weird things happen here. Ask Florida State. They know. They know. Corbin, though, player of the game on offense. Really, player of the game is defense, collectively as a unit. I mean, even then, we could have stopped them on that 4th and goal if the game didn't screw us over and not give us any animation. But again, it's part of the micro cheating. Florida had to score there to make it close. Otherwise, the game just had to cheat to make it fair. It cannot beat me in a fair head-to-head. Corbin Bergstresser, 25 for 36, 312 yards passing, a touchdown, 2 picks. Again, if we did those 2 picks, they have like 7 points. Wasn't sacked at all either. 69% completion percentage, 140.3 passer rating. Josie 80 and 2 touchdowns. Berkshire 42 and 2 and a touchdown receiving. Again, this dude needs an award for how many games he has with over 100 yards catching and 0 touchdowns. It's like making it to the Western Conference Finals and getting eliminated every year. Jimmy Hunt, 158 yards receiving. Beckham, 48. Colkin, 41. Touchdown, 12 for Sasser, 37 for White. Defensively, we did really well. Just 2 tackles for loss for Brothers. Tackle for loss for Simon, 2 for Ruse. 1 for Singleton in a sack. Ely had 1. Webb had tackle for loss in a sack. Xavier Smith, game-winning interception. And he's an Oklahoma brother from Skytuck. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Vincent had a tackle for loss and a sack. Ray had a tackle for loss. They look at the Florida side of things. Driscoll, 15 for 20, 3 touchdowns, interceptions. We sacked him 3 times, 75% completion percentage, longest 28, 183.7 pass rating. Rushing, Driscoll, -10, for just 42 for Jones. We completely clamped him up. 54 for Jones and a touchdown, 47 for Pittman, and 15 for Dunbar, a touchdown, 22 for Andreas on Dradis, and a touchdown, 12 for DeBose, 15 for Taylor. So Wayne Jenkins, a strong safety and a highly rated one at that, committed. And Terrell Turner, a very low-rated guard, committed. Man, we needed that win. We needed that, especially in the swamp against a cheating Florida. We needed that win. And we held them at only 21-2 when they get like 40 a game. That was fantastic. But we move up to 7 to play a 3-4 Vandy team. But we have a coaching upgrade for our defensive coordinator. Well, I'd say overall, he's done a great job, Dave Steckel. Again, we're gonna shut down the wide receiving badge. The overall defense, I would say, took a very huge step forward this year. Cancel that. Cancel that. It's another video, another edited video. Let's see. Okay, now there we go. We're good. Okay. Yep. So Dave Steckel did a great job this year. Ignoring the Mississippi State game, ignoring the Michigan game, obviously. Take at the polls. We moved from 9 to 7. USC is still 1. Michigan beat Rutgers by a field goal. They got Nebraska, who we already beat. NC State beat Florida State. Again, what I tell you, they hate Florida State in this game. They do. They hate Florida State. Washington is still undefeated. They moved down to 4 after barely surviving in overtime against Arizona. OU won, gave up 37, though, to Kansas. Clemson won. They got number 3, NC State. So, again, another top 10 ranked matchup between 2 ACC opponents ranked ahead of us for the second week in a row. And we can be the beneficiary of that. Either way, win or lose, no matter what team wins or loses. If we win, we're going to move up. If NC State or Clemson lose, it's just a guarantee. Ohio State got the Terps. They had a bye week last week. A&M 5-1, and Florida State, of course, fell down to 10. Texas is 11. Oregon lost to UCLA. I'm assuming Michigan State lost because they were 11th, but they're not here. Ole Miss won against Memphis. But again, who's going to go to the playoffs? Who's going to go there? Conference standings. I want to look at the conference as a whole. So we're first place in the entire conference at 3-0 or 6-1. LSU is 23rd in their second. They're 5-2, 3-0 conference. So that's right now. If the SEC championship were decided today, we would play LSU. South Carolina at third, 6-2, 4-1. A&M 5-1, 3-1. Auburn has completely fallen off. They're no longer in playoff contention. They're still in SEC contention, but they were doing good at first, but they're dropping a couple games. Tennessee just dropped another one. They were 5-2. They just lost last week, so they're now 2-2. Florida, again, just lost to us. Ole Miss is 2-2, but they're 6-2, though. And Kentucky and Alabama are at the bottom. Mississippi State, of course, who we just beat, 5-3. They dropped another one. And, of course, Georgia at the very bottom. So you said keep winning. We got to keep winning, keep doing our thing, keep, recovering from that Michigan loss. Hopefully we face Michigan again in the playoffs. That's what I'm hoping for. We only have one visiting this week. Let's invest more in this 5-star wide receiver. We need to put some more points towards Joe Jean, Brian Ward. We're good on Devin Beck. He should commit to us. Offered Dustin Beck. Wait, are these two brothers, Devin and Dustin? You know what? For the end game lore, we're going to pretend that Devin and Dustin are brothers, even though they're from different places. Devin is from Hillview, Kentucky. And Dustin is from Irvington, New Jersey. So let's just pretend that, they got separated at childhood or whatever. Devin and Dustin, the two brothers, separated at birth, grew up differently. It could be step family problems, baby mama, baby daddy, whatever. Devin and Dustin, brothers, confirmed in the Missouri Dynasty Season 2 lore. Vincent and Charles were way ahead on him. John Terrell were way ahead on. Jeff Green were way ahead on. Mark Brooks were way ahead on. Offered Jerry Caldwell a scholarship. We don't have that instant commit ability yet. Well, we're way ahead on Valentine. He's about to commit. We can relax on Derek. He's going to sign. He's not that good of a corner, though. So, in terms of visiting, who's ready to visit? You are. Watch the Vanderbilt game. Of course, Devin and Dustin, the two brothers, separated at birth with baby mama issues. Okay, that's all. So we have two prospects visiting now. That's about it. And I guess, we gotta get ready for Vanderbilt. It's a home game. They're 3-4. They're not a good team. We're going to continue with the 4-2-5 defense. It works well against Florida. Third points per game. We're third in total offense, 101st in the rush. Second in pass offense, 24 total defense. First against the run, third against the pass. Looking very good. Home again against Vandy, who's 3-4. They're not good. This guy rebounded, dominates. We lost the coin toss. They're gonna defer. We don't get the ball to the second half. He's got to work with it. Josie back deep to return. And then we'll keep showing his stats from last year, even though we're 7 games into this new year. They're going to keep living in the past. And leave Beckham wide open. And I just need to check the status on Matty Mock and just, discover why he's still not playing. Corbin is still in the game. I don't know why. Josie! Josie! Sir, wide open. I made all 3 of them dive at me at once. Down, Jimmy Hunt. NC State lost. That means we are certainly going to move up in the rankings.
Singleton took the tackle at the 41-yard line. First down.
Right. Four down. Like 10. Like 10. Motion.
Rookie reception. That's good for a gain of 15 yards. That makes it first and 10.
Patton Robinette? Oh, yeah, you're certainly a nobody. You are for sure a nobody.
Number 47 with the catch. Gain of 13 yards. First down.
Others. And Michigan wins by a touchdown against Nebraska. I like it. Michigan, you better not lose. You're going to have to face me again. And I'm telling you, you don't want that. You don't want that, Michigan.
That's a gain of 4 on the play. Third down.
I'm coming after you. Tens the mic.
Number 25 makes the catch. Number 12 tackle at the 15-yard line. First down.
We missed with Webb.
That's good for a gain of 8 yards. That makes it second and 2. Number 82 makes the catch. Gain of 4 yards. That makes it first and goal.
Two times. Four down. Tens the mic.
We let Vanderbilt go down the field like that. This is not a good team. And Washington loses to Cal on the road. A lot of top teams ahead of us falling. And Beckham! Dario! What? The scoreboard is missing. We're going to hop into instant replay mode to fix that. Okay, yep. Works every time. Kind of like, those late night booty calls for undisciplined men. They work every time for them, don't they? With no discipline. Sasser touchdown. With audible to the right, it paid off. And after this game, I want a status report on Matty Mock on why he's not playing. Not sure why they're celebrating. This game's BS. This game is BS. This game is BS. Why is that just wide open? Brian Bryant? Wow, his parents got creative, didn't they? So is Vanderbilt going to be the next team to try to knock us off? Because they're not good. I don't know why the game's making them play so flawless on offense when they're not good. We had them stopped on 3rd and 9. Game says nope. Script says that they're going to score this drive, and that's what happened. So dumb. How the game just artificially decides that this is the game that you're going to lose. It's not based on user skill at all. Too bad, game. You already cheated once. I'm not losing again. Vanderbilt, you will get stopped. You're not going to stop me, though. Snap the ball, Vanderbilt. Stop trying to be different. So we get beat again by this boy, dude. Like, what are you doing? He's 9 for 9, game. Really? 9 for 9. As a 3-4 team. 9 for 9. Chris Boyd is a nobody. Oh, I'm tired of the game just cheating with teams that are not good. Chris Boyd is not unstoppable. But the game decides to pick because it hates undefeated teams. It needs an upset at all costs. Vanderbilt is not this good, and Chris Boyd is not that good either. I'm tired of the game just making my players just give up touchdowns just because a player is highly rated. There's like no user skill in that. It's just predeterminism. The CPU is not going to script another loss just because it's mad I beat Florida. It really does not want to be. The game really does not want me to reach the playoffs. It really doesn't want me to reach the playoffs. It won't matter though. It don't matter. I'm making the playoffs. Too bad. The playoffs are getting reached by me. You can make a below average team the best team in college football all you want. You're not beating me. You can make them play as perfect as possible when they've not played perfect against anybody all year and only do it for me. You're still not beating me. That's exactly what the game is doing. It's trying to make a trash SEC team play like the 2013 Seattle Seahawks. It ain't happening. What a nasty grab from Darius White. Filthy. That should have been a touchdown for the clip, so I could have had a clip for the intro. They're not even hiding it. They're not even hiding it. It's so obvious what they're trying to do. This game is shameless. They've not played this good against anyone all year. They played this good against nobody all year. And because the game says so and it wants to script a loss, they're playing like the best team in the SEC. I don't understand. This 4-2-5 defense worked just fine against Florida, who huddled every play. Yeah, it's not working against Vanderbilt, an even weaker team. Just ridiculous, man. Vanderbilt is playing basically perfect offense right now when they're not capable of that. Look at this, bro. He was not doing that in real life. No one even knows who this guy is. Game is so weird, man. Who it chooses to like pick as like a team that's not good and make them the best team to ever play football. So obvious what it's trying to do. So obvious. They've not done this to nobody all year. Nobody. Yet when they play me, they turn into like an overall 99 team. They're not unstoppable. This 4 you literally watch this same 4-2-5 defense clamp up a better Florida team on the road, and yet we can't stop them at home. This same defense can't stop them while we're the home team against a worse SEC team. Telling you, you're not stopping me, Vanderbilt. You're going to run out of points. And it's always so funny how just when we get defensive momentum on that side of the ball, where we feel like we're confident and making strides, the CPU just becomes a mastermind on offense and puts up 30 plus on us every time.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
Now hurry up! I mean, brain dead CPU clock management there. The 1 second curse didn't hit us, where the CPU somehow always gets tackled with 1 second left. Enough time to kick a field goal before halftime. It didn't happen there. That's our only stop of the game. Was that right there? Them being brain dead on offense. That's been our only stop. Ridiculous.
Brings him down. Gain of 9 yards. That brings up 2nd and 1. That makes it 1st and 10. That brings up 2nd and 5. That's a gain of 9 on the play. 1st down.
Why are they running a counter on 3rd and 8?
That's good for a gain of 18 yards. First down.
Man left, man left. Four down, four down. White team on here, guys. White team. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. White 10. That's right. 10.
Woods makes the catch. Singleton makes the tackle at the 6-yard line. That makes it first and goal.
Hey, right, Roger, Roger. Four down, four down. 25, check 25, check 25. Choose the right. Run, run, run.
Weber makes the tackle. And goal. That brings him second and goal.
Double tight, guys, double tight. Four down, four down. Motion, motion, motion.
The kick is good. Number 15 returns the kickoff returns 23 yards.
Everyone, tight left, tight left. Three down. Mike 13, Mike 13. 214. Mike.
Number 20 ball carrier. No gain. That makes it second and 10.
Roger, Roger. Mike 13, Mike 13. He's coming.
of 2nd and 5.
Tight left, tight left. Four down, four down. Tens the mic, tens the mic.
Number 25 on the carry. Called a gain of 9 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
Two tights, two tights. Four down, four down. Mike team over here, guys. Mike team. Let's go. Easy, easy, easy. Motion lock in, lock in. Watch the slant. Motion, motion. Run, run, run.
Assignment on the tackle. Gain of 9 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 1. That'll make it 4th and 6.
Check, 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 check.
Touchback. That'll make it 2nd and inches.
That's right, baby. They don't want it. Mike 13, Mike 13. Come on. Let's go, let's go. Now.
Not even blaming the defense. This is just the game being stupid. What it is. Like, this isn't, oh, it's my defense. Nope, you just saw last game. This same defense, the 4-2-5, completely shut down a better Florida team on the road in the swamp. Yet can't stop anything that this trash Vanderbilt team does at home. So, nope, this isn't a user problem. It's a game cheating problem. Now we're probably going to go down in the rankings or stay the same. Never been more frustrated in a single season than this one. Never. Never been this rageful, this frustrated, this silent in a single season.
Makes it 2nd and 2.
Whatever this season with this dynasty, this game has chosen to be at its most annoying. These are just stat padding games for Corbin, I guess, just like the Michigan one. Make Corbin look good. Their defense doesn't. And the Vanderbilt's not that good.
The kickoff is down for a touchdown.
Again, we have plumbers from Vanderbilt breaking tackles.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Plumbers. Again, we have plumbers and janitors breaking tackles from Vanderbilt. Plumbers and janitors and maybe food truck workers have put up 35 as a 3-14.
White makes the tackle. Gain of 9 yards. That brings up 2nd and 1.
Told you again, you're not stopping me. You're not.
Gaining 4 yards. That brings him second and 5.
Again, we were on a roll defensively before Michigan game. Game said nope, puts up 41. Then Mississippi State puts up 35. Rebound. Perform well against Florida defensively, and here comes Vanderbilt. There is no way for them to know that I was going to run an HB dive.
No gain. That'll bring up 4th and 5.
Bag it. Got it.
The kickoff is down for a touchdown.
Andrew Baggett has not missed at all this year. He's been perfect. At least our field goal kicking is good.
The pass was incomplete. Number 81 was the intended receiver on the play. That makes it second and 10.
But this game and its scripting is just shameless.
Incomplete pass. For the intended receiver on the play. That brings up 3rd and 10.
It is completely shameless. Vanderbilt is not going to go for it? Why are they punting? Why are they punting? That's so weird. Why not go for it right there? If only we played defense like that this entire time. If only. If only we've been playing defense like these last 3 drives the entire game. Weird, Vanderbilt. You should have just went for it. Maybe because it was over 2 minutes. I don't know. Don't know how to feel about this one. We may put a 52 to make it, more of a wider margin of victory. You know what? Just because Vanderbilt thought they was doing something, I'm gonna rub it in because I'm tired of the game cheating. Tired of the game cheating. We had 2 recruits visiting this game. 2. And that's the performance we put up. Because again, the game says, Vanderbilt's not good, but I want you to lose though. Vanderbilt, it is futile. You should have went for it last drive, but you didn't. If only we played like this on defense the whole game. I don't know how to feel about this one. We gave up 35 when we shouldn't have. And the script was so clear from the beginning. It was so clear. Chris Boyd is a nobody. Nobody knows who that is. No one knows who Chris Boyd is. And he was going off like he was Justin Jefferson. 6 touchdowns for Corbin. I think he had 6 in the Michigan game, too. I think he had 6 as well against Oregon. So, as much as I've been trash talking him and wanting Monty Mack to come back, he's been balling in his absence, so I can't even deny that. Man, what a disappointing game. Told you the game tried. I'm done with the cheating. Patton Robinette, a literal nobody. 19 for 27, wasn't sacked at all. No interceptions. 312 yards passing with 3 touchdowns, 70% completion percentage, 204.1 passer rating, as long as it's 42 to Chris Boyd, and another nobody. They're probably both food truck workers. Kimbrough, another food truck worker or a Burger King employee, had 91 yards rushing and a touchdown. Seymour, a Target employee, had 52 yards rushing and a touchdown. Chris Boyd, who probably has worked maybe like 3 food trucks in his life, maybe some janitor duty. 140 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. Steven Show, math teacher, had 41 yards receiving and a touchdown. Kimbrough, another community service volunteer, had 40 yards receiving. Bryant, 35. Cunningham, 23. Take a look at us. Corbin Bergstresser, 9 for 26. He's been balling off. I'm just wondering, where is Matty Mock? Where is he? It said he by this injury report he should have returned 2 games ago, and he's still gone. But we've not needed him because Corbin has just been going off. 6 touchdowns in a single game, only sacked once. Longest was 31, 73% completion percentage, 317 yards passing, 19 for 26. He should deserve the Heisman, not Josie. 251.6 passer rating. Josie 171 and a touchdown. 44 for Green Beckham, 18 for Bergstresser. Receiving Hunt again. I mean, this dude, he finally has touchdowns to his name. And he always gets like over 100 receiving with no touchdowns. He finally has touchdowns. He got 2 of them, 128, 2 touchdowns. Beckham at 82 and 2 touchdowns. White at 53. Sasser 27 and a touchdown. Murphy had 17 and a touchdown. Josie had 10. So we did get commits from that game. CJ Valentine, Kevin Harris, and Derek Lambert all committed. This list would put together good defensive games in a row like we did the first 4 games of the season without the CPU trying to manufacture and script and cheat. And especially it's so obvious when it uses teams that aren't even good to do that. And Kentucky, another team that's trash, gave us problems for no reason last year. and I don't want any issues this time around. I have a feeling the game will continue to try however it can to make me lose again to keep me from the playoffs, and it's not happening. Just delete these guys. They don't belong on our board. Too many zeros. Took quite a few recruits left. So CJ Valentine, 3-star, 6'5", defensive tackle, commits. Kevin Harris, 2-star safety. Derek Lambert, 2-star corner from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, very nearby to my hometown. 4-star safety, strong safety Wayne and Jenkins commits. Our class is rounding out. We got Kentucky next. Kentucky is 4-4. We went to number 5 in the polls with how many teams are losing in front of us. USC is still unbeaten. I had a feeling that Colorado game was going to trip them up. It almost did. Surviving overtime by a field goal. Michigan keeps winning. They got Michigan State. They better win that one. Clemson 7-0. They got Wake Forest. OU defeated West Virginia. We're 5. Because again, only 4 teams can get in. And if it started today, I will get left out because I'm not undefeated like these 4 here. So Ohio State is right back at 6. They failed at 10. Now they're up at 6 because other teams in front of them have lost. NC State losing helped them get back in. Notre Dame, or not Notre Dame, Texas A&M. As Vandy. And Vandy better play like they did against me. If not, that's how I knew it was rigged. Indiana. Coming out of nowhere. Indiana. Coming out of nowhere. This is not 2024, Indiana. This is not 2025. This is 2014. You are 11 years ahead of schedule, Indiana. 11 years ahead. You should not be this high yet in the timeline. Texas, of course, a very unimpressive number 10 at 4-2. Ole Miss should be. Wait, how is Texas only 4-2? They've only played 6 games. They're only 3 games behind everybody. I don't understand that. How are they 3 games behind everyone? The glitch? Ole Miss should really be the one who's 10. I think that's a glitch. Texas is stuck at 10, even though they shouldn't be right there. Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. So now we are asserting ourselves clearly in the East. South Carolina dropped a couple games, but they are at 6-3. Again, we're first. A&M though is coming for us. They're 6-1. Auburn LSU, of course, 5-3 through in the conference. Ole Miss is 7-2. So it's really Ole Miss. I feel like A&M that are probably our biggest threats in the conference. Alabama and Mississippi State are 6-3. Still pretty competitive though. A lot of teams above 500. Again, just Vanderbilt, who's 1-4. who's 1-4, put up 35 and played like that. Just ridiculous. Heisman, well, we'll take a look at Heisman next week. So we are now 36 in total defense somehow. First against the run, 111 against the pass, second in pass offense. They get 29 a game. We were first. We're second total offense as well. I want no funny business happening in this game. None. All right, this is against a 4-4 Kentucky team. We're going up, and I chose a 3-4 multiple defense just to see what that's like. Kentucky goes no huddle. Kentucky gave us a scare last year, even though they had no business doing that. Kentucky was one of I think the 7 or 8 games that, I call the cardiac arrest season. There were 8 cardiac arrest games last season, or 7 cardiac arrest games last year. And Kentucky was one of those games on the road. So, maybe they're going to be tough again this year. I don't know. But Vanderbilt was just ridiculous. I don't want to ever have that experience ever again, where a team that is trash puts up 35 straight, who is literally last place in the SEC, puts up 35 straight. That is insane. So I want our defense to be consistent finally and find our footing. So we can be in playoff form and be a complete team come playoff time. We're outside looking in. We're 5. So we moved up 2 spots because teams ahead of us lost, so now we're 5th. We are rebounding nicely ever since that Michigan loss. We don't get much there. Josie almost has another 1,000-yard season. Even though, how does he have almost 1,000 yards? Yeah, we're like 100th in rushing offense. Last year, he was 5 yards short of 1,000 yards. He almost got there. Pretty sure he won the Heisman as well. But I forgot to check the injury report. I want to see what's up with Matty Mock. Apparently, it's just been Corbin's year. It's been Corbin's. This is Corbin's team right now. Corbin Bergstresser's team. They're going to pass off because it's a zone, which leaves Jimmy Hunt wide open, who's had like 4 or 5 games in a row with over 100 yards receiving. He has we lost LaDainian Washington this year because he went to the draft, so we no longer have him anymore. And Jimmy Hunt has just filled that role perfectly. We are in the Oregon playbook, so we can call our cheese 100% guaranteed success rate run play. We score pretty much 40 plus with our own playbook or Oregon, but we just have better run plays when we have Oregon's. That's really the thing. That's the difference. So just better run plays. What a catch! Nice throw from Bergstresser, leading Green Beckham out in front. And Green Beckham is having a fantastic year as well. All of our receivers have Jimmy Hunt, Green Beckham, Darius White. Joe went up and got it. Use or catch. If I didn't step in front, that was an interception.
it second and 10.
And A&M beat Vanderbilt, and they're currently 8th, and they are our last game of the season, and that's a road game. So that's going to be a crazy game whenever that happens for playoff positioning. Colkin to the 5. That is his route. Whenever we streak up the middle, that is his route. Of course, we also lost our starting tight end from a year ago, so Colkin has fulfilled that role nicely as well. Corbin! Still not in the end zone. I hope you guys have been enjoying, season 2 of Missouri so far, because we never got to it 2 years ago when we did season 1 with Missouri and revamped, and so now we're doing season 1 and 2, and hopefully season 3 an NCAA 14 base game. And it's been a fun year outside that Michigan game and that Vanderbilt game. I've had a lot of fun. It's felt like vintage college football. It's felt like retro college football, from a decade ago. Well, really 12, 13 years ago. Time is flying by. Of course, whenever these teams were actually playing in real life, I was like in 4th and 5th grade at the time. So it really has been a long time coming, really. I hope you've been enjoying the content. And there's more to come. There's way more teams to play with. I mean, we just have everybody covered, and someone still gets open. Maxwell Smith also went off last time we played him last year. It was a shootout last year, in case you didn't know, without spoiling too much. That is so stupid. Nobody is open. Yet they find a way to score anyway. It's going to be another one of those games. Just like it was last year. I mean, nobody's open, and they got open twice off a scramble drill. Just scrambling around, playing backyard football, and no one's open. That's just so frustrating because there's nothing you can do about that. That's just the CPU screwing you over. So that's why we're going to take our time and completely just neutralize their momentum. Because if we score fast, then they're going to turn around and score fast, and they'll turn into a shootout, which is what I don't want. We want a slow, grinded out, physical game. Chris. Yeah, we'll just take off with Corbin. We're just going to take off with Corbin. Looking. Just moving right down the field. Yeah, so do I. So do I. Good defense to guard me again. I can't remember if we turned it over last game. I don't think we did. So, need to avoid the turnovers. Oh, Darius White beat his man instantly, and that corner almost got in his way. Still made the catch regardless. That's going to be the end of the first quarter. So again, we're shortening the game, and we're slowing it down at the same time. Because Kentucky, they go no huddle. This is not going to turn into a shootout like it did last year. We are controlling the tempo, controlling the pace, and we're going to stop them eventually. Corbin, touchdown. We let Kentucky score, I believe, I want to say 47, or was it more? I think it was either 50. I think we let them score either 47 or 50. It's an insane number. That's not happening again this year. Draw. Bro, no way he jumps over. That whole sequence was ridiculous. Josh Clemens was not that good in real life. Absolutely not, to the highest degree. Josh Simmons was not like this. Look at this. Look at the absurdity of this game. One's over one, two people. Breaks a third tackle, breaks a fourth tackle. He was not that good. Nobody even knows who he even is. Again, the game just micro cheating. But again, this team knows chaos. And it wins more often than it doesn't whenever chaos games happen. So if the CB wants it to get chaotic, it's going to have to literally cheat and script an outcome for it to beat me, because I know chaos and I win in chaos. And Missouri, this team has, all they know is chaos. They don't know peace. Third and 3. I know it, but I couldn't get over there. Hey! That's a loss. They're down in 3 again. What do they call? Yeah, 4 wide receivers.
makes the catch. Gaining 9 yards. That makes it first and goal.
Look how he instantly tried to break the tackle, too. Loss. And again, if we can just get better at the goal line or the red zone defense, because we've not been consistent in that area at all. We can just get better in that department. I'm going to play coverage with Newsom. It's intercepted! Johnson! Look at this loser trying to track me down. It's picked off. It was not open. David Johnson stepping in front. And that's exactly why I use her with Newsom. Because if I didn't, look, I'm right here. If I didn't use her, Watts would have been wide open. Boom, the slant. If I didn't use her, this slant is a touchdown. This slant is 100% a touchdown if I wasn't using her. But because I was, the CPU couldn't throw it there. 40 chess. And Michigan loses to Michigan State. That's fine. Because they better keep winning. They better not fall off now. Because I want to see him again. Watts with the catch. Michigan, I want to see you again. You better not lose again. I got to check the rankings to see what the current playoff picture is looking like. Corbin! Corbin! On the far side, it's Sasser. Again, this Missouri team, all they know is chaos. They don't know any peace. We cannot just have a normal, consistent, dominating season. And there needs to be some drama, some chaos of some kind. Wide open, Sean Culkin. So is pass interference just like a legal man downfield in this game? Because that makes no sense. How can an offensive lineman commit pass interference? Like, the D-line is not defending the pass, so I don't understand how that penalty even makes sense. That was smart. I didn't force it anywhere. But if the CPU makes that interception on me in the end zone like that, I'm not tracking them down. Only the CPU can chase me down like that, which is ridiculous. Darius. Jimmy Hunt to the 1. My own teammate momentarily got in my own way.
That brings up second and goal.
Roger. Mike 10. Mike 10. Right here.
Touchdown. Thanks to David Johnson's interception in the end zone, it turns into a touchdown the other way. We've achieved 50 touchdowns on the year.
The kickoff is down for a touchdown.
I think this is going to go over here. Nope. Chose the wrong side. Doesn't matter. We were there. Number 10, Texas loses to K-State, and quite convincingly. So that kind of hurts their playoff chances. They're running out of time to clean up. The user intercepted it. Sure. Made sure of that pick. I baited Andrew Maxwell, or Maxwell Smith. Baited him. Michael Sherwer made sure of that. Give me that. Back-to-back interceptions for Kentucky on offense. Give me that. I knew exactly what I was doing, and it worked to perfection. White with the one-hander. Man, if that was a better pass, that was a touchdown. That's fine. I didn't even check the recruiting goals. I will never remember. I will never remember to do it. It's actually good that I got stopped just short. In fact, we'll take the delay game so we can burn more clock. Yeah, I don't. They already go no huddle. I don't want them to get the ball back. But what a user interception. Sherwer just stepping in front and picking it off. I was baiting the CPU to throw that. They were running stick, and I was going to guard both. And Sherwer just made sure of that pick.
That makes it third and goal.
Mike 10. Mike 10. Down.
Realized that was third and goal. Man. That's fine. Bag it. It's still points. We had a touchdown, but I didn't want Kentucky to get the ball back and have time to score, so we'll take that. That's fine. Not a huge deal. Because, like, we score there, but they have, like, 30 seconds. They're probably going to go down the field. CPU cheese, the 1 second tackle, they get a field goal versus them getting no points because they do get the ball to start the second half. You know that's very important with me. They get the ball to start the second half. We don't want them to score and then get the ball back and score again. So So 5 seconds left. Timeout. I don't like the defense we were in. I feel like they're going to try something deep and something stupid's going to happen. So we're just going to do this. I didn't get to pick a play. Timeout again. Timeout again. I didn't get to pick my play.
Squeeze, double, double. Tight end right. Tight end right. Three down. Tens the mic. Tens the mic.
That's exactly why I shaved down clock. Because if they would have gotten the ball back with time left, that's what would have happened. And it would have happened in the end zone, not at the 20. Now you see why. Now you see why. I knew something stupid was going to happen. That's why I called all my timeouts. Just in case. And it still happened anyway. Ridiculous. Now imagine if we weren't in a, Hail Mary defense. Well, that would have been a touchdown. That would have 100% been a touchdown if we weren't in a Hail Mary defense. Go ahead. Bro, he's gotten you twice. He's gotten you twice with that. Newsome is there. No game. Almost picked off again. It should have been. It wouldn't let me click on. Pass is incomplete, though. And Kentucky has to settle for a field goal. They barely made that. They almost missed. And Alabama is no longer ranked, and neither is LSU. Wow, so there goes two teams that I thought we were going to play in the SEC championship. Alabama at first and LSU second, but now looks like both have become irrelevant. And again, all we want to do is just chew clock. That's all I want to do. Now imagine if they scored a touchdown if I didn't call those timeouts to not be in that defense. And the 2 men under that I was in. They would have scored a touchdown and they would have had another field goal. So that's like, what, 10 points that they would have gotten? It would have been 17-24 right now. That's a big difference than just 10 points.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Wide open. Wide open, Josie.
That is a loss of 2 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
Could have just kept on running the ball. That's all they can do is run those out routes to the sideline. That's all they got.
That brings up second and 1.
Let's get that ball. Mike 10. Mike 10, Mike 10.
That's a gain of 14 yards on the play. That makes it first and 10.
Come on out here. Come get some. Come get some. Check three. Check three. Check three.
Again, just hold them to a field goal. That'll be another huge W. Hold them to a field goal. No, I didn't want to be Matt Hawk. They're down in 5. That's almost picked off. Guidry, you got to take those, bro. You got to take those. And Kentucky has to settle for another field goal. Come on, Guidry, you got to intercept those, baby. We played great defense, though. See, that's the thing. It's like we're Jekyll and Hyde on this side of the ball. Like, we have so much potential. We just need to play consistently all the time, only on our good potential. We need to stop acting on our bad potential. We need to play like this on defense all the time. But again, I can't control the CPU if it chooses to make a team that sucks and make them like an overall 99 on offense where they score every possession. I can't control that. So part of the reason why it's not, my team's fault, it's the CPU's fault. We've been defending, outside those two BS, that scramble drill where they ran a flat and then they decided to shriek at last second. Outside of those two plays, we've played great defense. Bring back up. Control the clock, control time of possession, shorten the game, no turnovers. How have they sacked us, but we've not sacked them once? We've not sacked them one time. I promise you their D-line is not that good. On this play. We avoided 2 tackles there. The CPU guessed right and shot the gap, but I avoided him. And Josie shrugged off that tackle. Beckham! How is USC still number 1 right now? I struggle to believe that. Why did it make me run into that tackle? I tried to move away. I should have spun, and that was a touchdown. I should have spun, and that was a touchdown. The game purposely made me run into that block for no reason. Get them 4s up. It's all Tigers.
Man left, man left. Four down, four down. 80's getting the ball here. 80's getting the ball. Mike 10. Mike 10, Mike 10.
Trying to option, and it didn't let me do it.
That makes it 3rd and goal.
Hey, number 8's coming. Number 8's Mike. Mike. Straight pass, straight pass.
Touchdown to Tigers. The kickoff is this one for a touch this one.
It's all day. All day to throw.
That makes it 1st and 10.
And again, it's underthrown but accurate because it's a CPU. Yet if I throw that same pass, it's intercepted. You have to see that, linebacker. If that was me using, I'm intercepting that. I'm intercepting that if that was me using. Absolutely not. Why is he breaking all these tackles? Empty backfield, I think. No, it's not. It's not empty backfield. Not gonna get there. Nope. And so I believe after this we have Ole Miss. Again, just bleed the clock. Bleed it. Bleed the clock.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Well, they're probably gonna get the ball back with like maybe 2 minutes, maybe a minute. We're already moving too fast for my liking. We're getting too many yards for my liking. Mm-hmm.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
Missed. He had a user defense moment where usually that's me, and I'm completely whiffing on the CPU whenever they call those option plays, and it's so frustrating whenever it happens. But the CPU just whiffed. Kentucky's not calling a timeout. Again, they shouldn't. They lost.
That'll make it 3rd and 1.
They lost this game, so they shouldn't call any timeouts of any kind. Kentucky, can you just stop? So I was right. They were going to get the ball back with like maybe 2 minutes left. And OU gets upset to TCU on the road and badly, too, by 31, which did happen in real life. OU on the road that year did lose to TCU pretty badly. Nine-Green brothers are glowing.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
still doesn't get sacked. Oh, it's picked off! What? I didn't even see what happened. That was BS. That's why the game gave me that interception and knew it was BS. If I'm getting sacked, so are you. Grant Geiser, who was glowing, just intercepted it right over his helmet and said, "Get up, little boy." What? Again, nobody was open. Boom, should have been sacked right there. That's Coney Ely. He's shrugging off. Maxwell is not shrugging that off in real life. That's why the game gave me that interception. This was crazy. I mean, Geiger just went up and got it. Just took it right from him. 3 turnovers created by this defense. Gotta love it. Just being opportunistic. We tried to run the game plan as best as we could. You know, control the line of scrimmage, control time of possession, control the clock, win the turnover battle, which we've done. Not turn it over. Completely neutralized their no-huddle offense that completely killed us a year ago. Like, killed us. And it looked like it was going to kill us again this year, but not this year. This is a whole different team. We're going to get out here with another victory. Oh, if you blocked him, that was a touchdown. But 156 rushing yards for Josie and 3 touchdowns. And we're going to hold Kentucky to just 19, which is a job well done on defense. 5 touchdowns combined. Again, we did a great job on defense. Michael Scherwer had the user interception. Of course, Johnson had one to start the first and second quarter. It was good stuff. I love to see it. I just wish we were this consistent on defense, game in and game out. Goldberg stretched from 19 to 24. Just a very quiet 218 yards passing and no touchdown passes, no interceptions. Sacked twice, longest was for 20 yards, 79% completion percentage, 55.4 passer rating. Josie 156, 3 touchdowns. Burks Rester at 49 on the ground and 2 touchdowns. 70 for White, 69 for Becca. Hunt. We kind of coasted on offense this game, didn't we? But we still almost put up 40 despite that. 21 for Hunt. Colkin had 30, 14 for Sasser, 14 for Josie. 2 tackles for loss for Webb. Interception for Guidry, who just mossed and just took it right over the wide receiver's head. He was just too short. Guidry is 6'2". And that's the advantage of having a 6'2" corner versus a corner that's like 5'10" or 5'9". We just have that height. David Johnson had that interception as well in the end zone. He also had a sack as well and a tackle for loss. Marcus Loud had tackle for loss. Newsom had tackle for loss. And Scherwer had that interception. Defense was just balling today. Maxwell Smith threw a 5 passing. That's still quite a bit, but only 2 touchdowns. Picked him off 3 times. Only sacked once. Longest was 50, which was that BS. It's always that throw it up, underthrow. CPU turns around instantly, always catches it. 108.4 pass rating for Smith. Negative 2 yards rushing. Clemens had home just 51. 83 for Blue and a touchdown. 80 for Collins. 96 for Robinson and a touchdown. 31 for Timmons and 10 for Shields. So a lot of people commit from that Kentucky game without me checking their recruiting goals. Vincent Charles, left tackle, committed. Running back committed. Jeff Green. Right end, Devin Beck, one of the Beck brothers, right? Dustin Beck is the other brother, separated at birth. There's lore, there's baby mama lore between those two. And we invented lore for Devin and Dustin on the channel just for fun. Because we've never done something like that before. We just have 2 siblings that we're going to assign the meaning of that they are siblings with no proof. They are siblings. So one of the Beck brothers committed to our team as a right end, and wide receiver Brian Gore committed, and Jeff Cabral, our outside linebacker, committed to the team. So that was a solid win. We're 8-1. It's a conference opponent. We got Tennessee next, and that's a road game. And Tennessee at one point was 5-2. They've now dropped 2 games since then. We are now the 4th best team in the country. So after falling from what was it? From 3 to all the way to 9, we're back at 4. Waiting on a few people to make a decision. Yeah, Dustin Beck, his brother committed. Devin, we're way in the lead on. Joe Jean, we're way in the lead on. John Terrell, we're in the lead on. Again, like, get rid of all these people who are, like, have us 3rd or 4th. We don't want them on the team. Let's see. Do we need a punter? I don't know if we need a punter or not. I mean, we'll keep him. You never know, but... Okay, so the lore of Devin Beck, who's from Hillview, Kentucky. He's a right end. His brother, Dustin Beck, is from Irvington, New Jersey. So the lore there is they're separated at birth, baby mama drama or baby daddy drama, whatever it is. But they're brothers. And we're doing this because I've never had a recruiting class with 2 people with the same last name, and they're both the same, race and ethnicity. So we're just gonna have fun with it. Dustin Beck and Devin Beck, brothers, and hopefully they both commit so they can play with each other. We got siblings on the team. Guess we'll pursue some. We have the points. We don't really need another punter. I'm good on that. Well, I mean, I guess we'll do Ryan Roden. Why not? Is someone else need to be visited? Jerry Caldwell is interested in visiting. We're going to schedule them to the very end. So, what's our recruiting class? Where are we at? We're 5th. We have 2 4-stars, 6 3-stars, 7 2-stars, and 1 5-star. With 16 total commits. Notre Dame is 1. Georgia Tech, again, is not a powerhouse. I don't know why they're recruiting so good. Texas is up here. Michigan State at 6-2. They're not totally... I wouldn't count them out of the playoffs just yet. They need other teams in front of them to lose. Ole Miss is 7-2. They're certainly a potential playoff team that they're going to play us. And if they lose one more time, that's it for their playoff hopes. Boise State, Kansas State. Again, Kansas State, another potential playoff team. 6-1. OU, another potential playoff team. I need to look at the injury report. What is going on with Matty Mock? He has played 1 game this year, or maybe 1 or 2. And James Franklin, of course, we've never had a stable quarterback room. We went on and off last year with James Franklin and Matty Mock before Matty Mock basically took over the rest of the season. And again, Matty Mock on and off, and then Corbin just took over. So we've never had just one quarterback play the whole year. There's always movement there. What is the injury status on Matty Mock? What is the deal? Upper arm fracture, questionable. He's been gone for let's see. He's doing way better than he was a year ago in terms of, QB rating. And yeah, he's played 1 game. My favorite is that 1 or 2 games he's only played. He had 8 interceptions last year. This year he only has 1. Yeah, Squid Trend's up. And just imagine how much he would have improved and how better his stats would have been if he would have stayed healthy. Like, he would have been way better. But he's questionable. We've not really needed him, though, but his presence has been missed. Heisman watch, I'm pretty sure we have Josie firmly in first. Yep, last game, 3 touchdowns, 156 rushing yards. I think he won the Heisman last year. I'm pretty sure he's a favorite to really win it. Of course, Blake Bell, Teddy Bridgewater, Johnny Manziel, Kenny Hilliard, all Heisman finalists. So we're first in the East. South Carolina is still 6-3, but their playoff hopes are done. They're not making the playoffs, so they're going to settle for a bowl game. They're 4-2 in conference, though. In terms of the West, this has just been the Wild Wild West. At first, it was Alabama, then LSU. Now it's A&M. Auburn is still winning. They're 6-3, but they're not a playoff team. A&M, though, this is the only playoff team. Them and Ole Miss, potentially. Does Ole Miss and A&M play each other? That's what I want to know. Yes. In fact, that is A&M's second to last game right before us. So A&M can miss the playoffs if they lose to either us or Ole Miss. And I feel like they're going to lose to us. So they would have to beat Ole Miss. And Ole Miss, they have to win against us or Mississippi State or A&M to stay alive because they have 2 losses. They can't lose one more time or they're done. So they got to beat LSU, which I believe they will. Then they got to play A&M. It's a must-win game for both of them. And then they got to play us. I mean, wait, no, we don't play them this year. Interesting. We played them last year. We don't, I guess, but we don't this year. They got to play Mississippi State though. Right now, it looks like A&M is the favorites. It could be a rematch between us and A&M if we play them the last game of the season. We beat them last year at home, so they'll be at their place. Take a look at the polls. USC is still number 1. They have just been winning, but they've survived the close games. So they won by a touchdown against Boston College. That's not impressive, especially if they're 2-6. They only won by 10 to Fresno State. Won by 1 score to Oregon State. Won by 4 against Utah. Won in overtime by 3 to Colorado, and then won by another by 3 again to Arizona. So 3 weeks in a row of straight cardiac arrest games. And they had one other one in the second week of the season against Boston College. So they got Stanford and UCLA. Both are 6-3, and then they got Notre Dame. They could probably drop one of these. Clemson, though, again, in terms of the playoff hunt, they're 2-0. I mean, they're 8-0, ranked second. They've been doing just fine. They have a pretty good defense. It looks like too. They give up 36 though to Louisville, and 21 to North Carolina State. But other than that, they've played lockdown defense. They got Florida State who's 13. That's a big game. They could lose that. Indiana, what? Really? How has Indiana jumped us? They got Ohio State this week. They beat Michigan State, who beat Michigan, who's number 2 or used to be number 2. Michigan State is 6, and so they beat them pretty handily. They're 1-6. Beat Purdue, beat Illinois, and they had to play Ohio State, who's right behind us at 5. NC State, A&M, Michigan, Ole Miss, and Louisville are all on the bubble. VTech as well. I mean, there's so many teams. OU too. Fresno, there's so many teams right now that are just on the bubble. Again, I had the final say these rankings don't mean anything because I'm the one who's going to decide the playoffs. So I'm going to look at record. I'm going to look at strength of schedule. How many ranked teams did they play, and how well or bad did they play against them? I'm going to look at all that. All the factors that the game does not factor in, I will factor in. So now we have Tennessee, who's 5-4. It's a road game. They only get 28 a game. We're first in points, second in total offense, 8th in rush offense, second in pass offense. We're 39th total defense, first against the run, 112th against the pass. So we have a top 40 defense at least. Apparently it's snowing in Tennessee. I didn't know that was a thing. Does it snow in Tennessee? I've been there before, in Memphis at least, in the summer, and it was hot. But, I guess it can get cold. It's snowing in Knoxville. Is that possible in Neyland Stadium? Let me know if you're a Tennessee native. Does it snow there? It's our first time playing in the snow. Of course, you play in the snow in the Oregon Dynasty against USC, and I guess it could snow in Oregon, so I guess why not Tennessee? It does look right, though, to snow in Tennessee. That looks right, especially with the orange. But Tennessee's 5-4. This is not their year to be anything. So we're not worried about them. We're going to take care of business. Last year, again, it was a shootout. It was a scare. It came down to a crazy walk-off field goal that I almost missed. So they were unstoppable that game too, and hopefully they're not going to have a repeat. Hopefully we can, do them like we did Kentucky and kind of just neutralize them and shut them down. Wow, he's running the route for him. Why did I pump fake? I did not want to do that. Bro, I hate when the game does that and knows I want to throw it away. Why would I want to pump fake there? And why is the button for throwing it away and pump faking the exact same? That's stupid. Great start already in our first snow game. That's pass interference. He didn't let me turn. That is literally pass interference. He did not let me turn and get to the ball.
Check, check. Disco Reaver. Disco Reaver.
I hate how he can guard two people like that. They were both open. Wow, they're in excellent field position. So we're going to come out in a 3-4 multiple that we learned last game. That worked pretty well against Kentucky. Hopefully it works well against Tennessee as well. Well, get up! Why would it switch me onto him and make me dive? Yeah, we're there. Loss of 4. Shane Ray.
That brings up second and goal.
Of course. Of course. That's fine. Kentucky, went down and scored
That brings up second and goal.
on that first possession, so not really a big deal. And the sick, insane catch from Bud Sasser in the snow. One-hander going up and getting it. And we're not going to panic. We're used to chaos. Bro, how can he keep up with you? So Matty Monk
First down.
is not playing. Said it was questionable. I guess you have to get extra careful with a fracture. Sasser again.
Makes the catch. Gain of 10 on the play.
I don't think it would snow though in Tennessee, especially in this time of the year. What is it? It's November. We have South Carolina and Texas A&M left in the season. Wide open. Why did you throw it there, Corbin? He was wide open. Why was it a direct throw to the safety? He was wide open. Just an awful throw from Corbin. He was wide open. Oh.
That makes it first and 10. Number 6 is the intended receiver on the play. That makes it second.
How often does it snow at SEC games? It like never happens. I smell the script. I smell it. Again, Tennessee played us tough last year, and we fell behind in that game too. Just like this year.
Number 15 returns the kick. Kickoff return 16 yards. Jones makes the tackle.
We're gonna stop.
Gain of 10 yards.
We will.
With the tackle. Call it a gain of 15 yards. First down. There's tackles on the loss. That's a second and 10 play. That makes it second and 15.
Wide open.
That makes it third and 11.
Someone's got to be open. Man, we could have had another Iowa situation where they buffed a punt.
Dog 4. Green 15.
Bro, they're not this unstoppable. They just ran the same play twice. Look at this, bro. We have him. And the script is built in. We're not breaking any tackles. It's only them.
Loss of 1 yard on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 11. Number 10 makes the tackle. That's a gain of 1 on the play. That brings us 3rd and 10.
So we're in a dogfight so far. It's chaotic. Third and 10, though. Gonna use their Newsome. Oh, it shakes. That should have been intercepted. Great coverage, though. You know, we were double teaming over there. Wasn't open. Now we're going to slow the game down. That was good defense. Oriole. That's what we needed.
That brings him 2nd and 5.
Yeah, we're just going to run it down their throat. They're not going to do anything about it. In fact, they're not going to do a single thing about it. We're not in the Oregon playbook. See, like, if that's us, he's breaking the tackle. Not the CPU, though. Someone's going to be open. And it's wide.
Tony brings his down at the 23-yard line. First down.
Hey, check Mike 45. Check Mike 45. Go.
Wide again.
McNeil on the tackle at the 7-yard line. That makes it first and goal.
Man left, man left. Four down, four down. Finds the Mike.
Touchdown Hunt. That's the response we needed. That's the response we needed. Right down the field. Momentum stopped. Set up by Dorial Green Beckham's 46-yard kickoff return. We can't afford a loss. We have A&M to play.
Keep 15. Keep 15. Hey, let's keep that ball. Let's keep that ball right here.
Nobody open. We're not going to get as much sacks in a 3-man front. That's the thing. We don't have that. Our pass rush is not good to get sacks consistently off a 3-man front. Usually we need 4.
Ready. 390.
I got no animation. I knew exactly where that was going, and the game gave me no animation. That should have been a user interception. That should have been a user interception, but the game does not give me an animation. I got no animation on that. That should have been intercepted, and the game knows it. That's fine. We're not going away. We're not going away. We aren't going away. They always catch me on some BS too.
First down.
Fine, no one was open. I'm just taking off with Corbin. I'm just taking off with Corbin. I'm just gonna take off with Corbin.
Check 13. Check 13. Let's make these babies cry all the way back home.
Oh, it's open. I think a 4-2-5 would have worked better, honestly. Hunt again. Still on his feet. Mm-hmm. You look how that linebacker just shed his block there, bro. Like, that should be just a wide open gap to run through. Back up, hung on.
That makes it first and goal.
Touchdown, Sasser. Right down the field.
The extra point attempt is good. Johnson back to return.
And they get the ball to start the second half. So this is a critical down right here. We can't allow them to score again before half. We can't do it. We need a 2-for-1. We need a 2-for-1, and we need it bad.
Watch 14. Watch 14. You got nothing.
Trevor is there. Loss of 3.
Loss of 3 yards on the play. That brings up second and 13.
What are they chanting? And they just create all that separation out of nowhere. It's frustrating. Right there. Yeah, we chose the wrong defense for this game. Nope, you're not going to have time to just dilly-dally. No way that was not intercepted.
North was the intended receiver on the play. That brings up second and goal.
Mike 10. Mike 10, Mike 10.
That is a loss of 1 yard on the play. That makes it third and goal.
Check, green 19. Omaha, 19.
Again. Timeout. Got him again.
That brings us fourth and goal.
They got to call timeout. That's a huge stop. We do have only one timeout, though, but so do they. Oh, good block. Beckham down the sideline. 60-yard return. Oh, it's on now. It's on now. Chelsea stiff arming for the first. Wow, Ohio State, Indiana in a shootout, 49-46. Ohio State winning that one. Crazy game. White, first down. That's
That makes it second and 10.
wide open. No way the game made me overthrow that. The cheating. He was wide open. They've not had an overthrow once. In your mouth. Touchdown. We went crow flats there. They thought we were running the same play. We weren't. Touchdown. Can't believe the game tried to cheat like that. Again, great defensive stand to only force a field goal. The job's not finished. There's still 31 seconds left, but we only have one timeout. Fred, take the lead. I baited him just like I did Kentucky, and Worley fell for it. Deron Singleton. Momentum. That's how an expert navigates a scripted start in an NCAA 14 game on the road. Completely baited him, and it worked. And now, after going down 17-0, we were in danger of going down 31-14. And it's now a 28-27 game because of goal line stand and a pick six. And we're in the lead just like that. Tennessee had all the momentum. Now it's completely snatched from them. Completely snatched. I was prepared for any kind of throw to the left. I was sitting on that. It's crazy how the ball magically stayed away from me the entire time. That's crazy, EA. That should have been another interception. That's not a catch. Don't even try. I'm challenging that. That's no way that's a catch. Ball's in his hand right there. Nope, not a catch. And we're going to challenge. So, strategy. We're going to challenge that. How is it not available? Oh, because I went to the instant replay. And they're not going to. He missed it anyway. So who would have expected this? We were down, 24 to what, 7? 24 to 14? And we could have been down 31-14. We get a field goal, got that stop. They kicked the field goal, got that pick six. Momentum has completely changed. How are there just easy lanes just to run through like that? For the screen. And I read that. I wanted him to throw that. That was going to be another pick six. 3rd and 2. I'm not buying it. This is a pass. I'm going to gamble. And you don't gamble. That's why you don't gamble. Yeah, look at this. All day to throw. All day. No pressure, no nothing. We just don't get any pressure in a 3-man front. We don't. And they call the same play again. I knew it was a draw. I knew it was a draw.
That is a loss of 1 yard. That brings up second and goal.
Check. Box two.
Johnson almost had a pick.
That makes it third and goal.
I'm going to use her with Easterly. No! You are joking. Nobody is open. Nobody. It's clamps. And that's just a one-handed. First of all, I'm spamming triangle. I'm spamming it. I get nothing. And that's just a one-handed catch. Get out of here, bro. The cheating is unreal. The cheating has to stop. That's ridiculous. Nobody is open. And we got pressure because we were in a four-man front. That was ruse. The cheating is unreal. A one-handed catch in traffic in the snow when nobody's open. We can't pull that off. Cheating is unreal. The cheating is unreal.
That's a gain of 13 on the way. First down.
Here we go, D. Hey, it's just me and you. It's just me and you.
Wide open Hunt.
That makes it first and 10. That's a gain of 7 on the way. That makes it second and 2.
Yeah, we're not intimidated. The game is just, the script says it wants Tennessee to win. We've been here before. The game doesn't want us to make the playoffs. Too bad. That's exactly where we're going. Gonna spread them out. And it's gonna work in our favor. Almost got in there.
That makes it first and goal.
Touchdown. Told you, we don't flinch. We don't flinch. That's no. Got him, Beckham. So while they failed to convert their 2-point conversion, we convert ours. Lasered in from Corbin Bergstresser. Come on, do it again. Oh, I want him to do it again. USC is in trouble against Stanford. They're down 14. All over the draw. Control brothers.
That brings up second and 13.
Oh, it shakes.
That makes it second and 10.
Actual garbage. Actual garbage. Nobody's open yet. It's still a touchdown anyway. Actual garbage and cheating. I'm clicking on the safety. Somehow I can't get there in time. But if that's the CPU, the safety is 100% making a play on the ball. Not me, though. So Tennessee, it's scripted for Tennessee to win. It's clearly obvious. Gonna float it. And Jimmy Hunt drags his feet.
That makes it first and 10.
But I say, you better not review that because you didn't review the other one. Didn't want to fumble. But Tennessee has just been scoring on some BS. I mean, that much is obvious. Beckham monster! Dorial Green Beckham! That's why you throw it up to your 6'5" receiver. Most.
That'll make it second and 7.
Touchdown, Darius White. 4 touchdown passes for Corbin. Man, he's been balling this season. Safety just got caught in la-la land. And we're back in front. Pretty sure if this was a real game on ESPN, the Vegas sportsbook would just be like, wow, it would just teeter back and forth. We're on the ground. I mean, just look at this. Breaks 2 tackles. The game wants Tennessee to win so badly. So badly. I was about to say, that should have been incomplete at least.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
How did he recover that? How? They're just somehow magically always right there. That should have been a turnover. See, the game dropped it because it knew it was cheating. That was not good defense. But since the game knows it's been cheating, the CP just dropped a wide open pass for no reason. I still don't understand how he got beat anyway. It's man to man. The CPU always finds a way to get free deep when we don't. We get clamped up. They still get open. That's not good defense, game. Stop bailing me out. Stop cheating too.
That makes it 1st and 10.
You didn't drop that to make it fair when it's been cheating the whole time. That's how you know it's scripted. It dropped the wide open pass to make it fair. Got him, Hunt. He's got 155 and a touchdown. Get them 4s up. We are overcoming the script in real time. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's good for a gain of 17 yards. 1st down.
How is he right there?
That makes it 2nd and 10.
Hunt's wide open. Moore, excuse me, Jamon Moore. We've not called his name that much.
That makes it first and 10.
Wide open touchdown. Dorial, Green, Beckham.
The kick is good. Howard needs to return. The kickoff is down for a touchdown.
We're going to call a draw again. That only gets about 2.
That makes it second and 8.
Florida State and Clemson are in a dogfight right now, and so are we. So are we. Nobody open. Nobody. Come on. We have to get a stop. I tripped him up. It's a loss of 1.
No gain. That'll bring up second and 11.
Let's go, let's go.
Look at this. Spot. No way. He was not sacked. No way. What is this? I swear, if any one of you would get beat deep. It's fine. They're not going to stop us on offense. They just won't. Do it. And I cannot animate on the ball yet again. That should be another interception. Yep. Short. Didn't get there. Interesting decision from Tennessee. Instead of kicking a field goal, which would make it a one score game, they're gonna go for it.
Loss of 1 yard on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
There, I'm there.
Gain of 1 on the play. That brings up 3rd and 10.
No, I didn't want to. Dead. Marina. I don't know if he got his foot in bounds. Clarence Green. Top it up. He did. That's intercepted. And Tennessee turns it over for the 2nd time. Huge turnover.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
Yep. Yep.
Gain of 6 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
What an interception. Clarence Green, we've not called on his name ever. I don't know if he's done anything last year or this year worthy of note. And yet he comes out of nowhere and makes probably the game-ending interception. And look at Corbin. Look at Corbin. We just got more stops on defense than they did. Again, you saw the script. They came out red hot, 17-0. And they're about to score again, 24-14. That could have been 31-14 right there. And that would have been a completely different ball game. Yep. Ruse got that stop, forced the field goal. We score, and then we get a pick 6 before half. Of course, that interception from Clarence Green. Man, what a game. I told you. We're used to chaos over here at Missouri. We have South Carolina and A&M after this in the SEC championship game. So 3 games left before the playoffs. How exciting. And Tennessee is out of timeouts. And we're going to score again and make it 56-40.
That makes it 2nd and 2.
Corbin, bro, he's a dog. He's a dog.
Watch 20. Seal that. Seal that. Seal that.
I got to give him credit. I've been wondering where Matty Mock is. And we don't even need him. We got Corbin Bergstresser.
First down.
560 yards, and we got 532 yards. Murphy's in the game now for Josie.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
We're going to survive here in Knoxville and beat Tennessee for the 2nd year in a row. And Clemson survived against Florida State and won by a touchdown. So they'll stay number 2, and I wonder if we're going to stay number 4. And that is game. How about that? The Tigers stay alive. We're doing 71 yards passing for Corbin, 5 touchdowns. $90 total points scored this game. 90. Corbin is that guy. Just 1 interception, 5 touchdown passes. He's like had, 3 or 4 games where he's throwing like for 5 or more touchdown passes. 20 for 38, 371 through the air, 1 interception, was sacked only once, 39 was his longest. 30% completion percentage, 193.8 passer rating. Josie 103 to touchdown, Berkshire at 56. Hunt 155 and a touchdown. Beckham 98, 2 touchdowns. White 55 and a touchdown. Sasser 35 and a touchdown. 14 for Moore and Josie. 2 times for loss for Webb, 3 for Ruse, and one of them was a crucial one that forced a field goal. Deron Singleton had that pick 6 and a tackle for loss. 2 of them for Kentrell brothers, 1 for Newsom, 1 from Scherrer. And Simmons with the tackle for loss. And Clarence Green, literally lowest overall on the depth chart, literally did nothing, just had 1 tackle all game, had the game-winning interception. That's what it's all about. That's our culture. Anyone can make a play. Even the least likely guy made a game-winning play. Worley, 30 for 44, 424, 3 touchdowns. We picked him off twice, and they were crucial, too, each time. 68% completion percentage. Wasn't sacked at all. He was invincible because the game tried to cheat and lost. Longs was 51, 162.5 passer rating. It still wasn't enough. 117 for Lane and touchdown. 31 for Worley and a touchdown. Dallas had 125 and a touchdown. Johnson had 151 and a touchdown. Man, he torched us. 93 for North, 40 for Carter and a touchdown. And so from that game came, let's see, Joe Jade. He committed. Dontrell committed. And that is it. So we stay alive. We won anyway. We would not take no for an answer. We would not be denied. And we can thank Clarence Green, who has literally been a ghost all year. And we're still 4th. So we're still in the lead for Derek. Oh, Justin's about to commit. We're about to have the Beck brothers on the Missouri squad. We can lower on Roden as well. Tim has locked us out. Jerry Caldwell has some points towards. And we'll just kind of filter through. I don't really care about a punter, to be honest. So Joe Jean, a 5. Wait, no, that's not Joe Jean. So Joe Jean, a 2-star, 6'8" tackle, committed. Justin Cole, a 5-star wide receiver. Got Wayne Jenkins, Brian Ward, Jeff Green. Pretty solid class. Of course, we're about to get the Beck brothers signed. We'll try for Green. Why not? We'll push for him. He's not quite ready to visit. Who is this? Jerry's ready to visit. He can visit in the bye week, I guess. You as well, I guess. And that 5-star athlete already visited. So, we got some people who are coming in, like, I guess, a week or two from now. But that's going to do it for this episode. Hope you enjoyed it. Next episode will be South Carolina, A&M, and the SEC Championship game. So, stay tuned. Let me know your like, comment, subscribe. More NCAA 14 content. Welcome back. This is episode 4 of Missouri Dynasty. This is not the season finale. It would be if this was a year ago with no playoffs, because this year we're just in the playoffs. This is not the season 2 finale. We have on the schedule. We don't care about South Carolina's schedule. We care about ours. We had a little blip, and of course, Michigan dropped another game. They're supposed to be the best team in the nation, and they should have went undefeated. Yet they lost another game. That is super annoying. Of course, we all know how that scripted Michigan game went. That was the most painful, scripted, cheating game I've ever seen. That was even worse than the Michigan State Notre Dame game, and I thought it couldn't get worse than that, and the way that game ended. Nah, Michigan was on a completely different level of cheating that game. We beat Dak Prescott, Mississippi State, beat Florida, beat Vandy. So last episode was Florida, Vandy, UK, and Tennessee. Tennessee was crazy. They're trying to script too, and they were trying to cheat, but it didn't work. So in this episode, we got South Carolina, which should be a W, and this game is a pivotal one. Number 6 A&M, who's 9-1, and we handled them last year, I think 35-24. So at A&M, that was a crazy come from behind game 2 years ago in the Missouri Dynasty season 1, where A&M was cheating like crazy, and we had to make some crazy plays to make that game interesting. So we have these 2 games, and probably most likely a rematch, and turn around and play A&M again in the SEC Championship game, which is probably what's going to play out. Take a look at the conference. I'm pretty sure if we beat A&M, we're going to play them again. We are clearly clear King of the East and the West. Auburn, who is 5-1. Interesting. And Ole Miss, too. But Ole Miss, they play A&M this week, don't they? Yeah, they do. They play A&M, so again, that game against A&M matters. Because whoever wins that game, their chances of going to the playoffs and the SEC Championship game go up. That's an important game. So really, Auburn, A&M, and Ole Miss, they're fighting for the SEC West Championship, and they're going to have to play us. In terms of the polls, USC is still undefeated. Why are they so good? Who was on their roster? They were losing to Stanford, too. What happened? They ended up winning that one 31-24. So they won by 1 score again. They got UCLA and Notre Dame. So Clemson survived against Florida State last week, and then they went ahead and won against Syracuse. They got Boston College, who gave USC a scare. Almost beat them. So Clemson has to be careful. Ohio State jumped us, of course. They beat Illinois. They got Purdue. And here we are at 4. NC State right on the bubble. They got number 9 Louisville. Of course, Louisville, this is their first year in the ACC. They're doing just fine. A&M again, right on our tail. Ole Miss again. This is a huge game between 6 and 7. A&M versus Ole Miss. Connecticut, Louisville, Michigan State, of course. Fresno State, Georgia Tech, and Oklahoma is 20 at 7-2. I feel like Oklahoma's a little too low. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting playoff. It's gonna be an interesting playoff picture for sure. The Heisman watch could be the same. Josie is still first place. He's probably going to win it back-to-back years. At 103 and a touchdown last week. Bridgewater is second. Hudley third. Hilliard dropped down from second to fourth. And Menzel was third. Now he's fifth on the bubble of getting left out. But we got the game against South Carolina. And it was a close game against South Carolina. It was down to one score until we pulled away late last year. So we're first in place for game, second total offense, 82nd rush offense, second in pass offense, first in run defense. We're like third to last in pass defense. Well, they're 27th. Their defense is not bad. It's 23rd. So, South Carolina. This is an important game against South Carolina. We won this matchup last year. We're going to win it again. Because we have the playoffs on the line. And of course, we have a title to defend as well. We are trying to defend our title and win it back-to-back. And we just not be denied last week. We're not going to be denied again this week. So we're in a 4-2-5 defense this week. We've just been, been on and off. We've been a little – it's like a situationship with the defense. We've been just on and off, casual, like switching, trying different flavors, and not being real intentional because we're just trying to find what sticks. We've had success with pretty much all three. We've had success with 3-4. We've had success with the 4-2-5. Last season we had success with the 4-3 at some times. I don't know. I'm pretty sure a 3-4 and a 4-2-5 is what fits us best. And we played really well on defense against Florida, and really well against Georgia with 3-4. So just trying to figure out what works. Of course, our game against South Carolina was not recorded last year because, I accidentally deleted the file it was on. So, you guys never actually got to see me play South Carolina last season or Georgia. Or Florida, for that matter. You guys didn't see all three of those games because they were not recorded. Well, they were. They just got accidentally deleted. But we had them on 3rd and 10. We gave up a first down. We just had to finish the job on defense. And we still don't have that. We just don't have that defense yet. We just don't. We just rely so much on our offense because it's just such a firecracker, such a supernova. And Auburn loses to LSU, so there goes their SEC title hopes. Ohio State is dismantling Purdue. And they're for sure a playoff team. They do got to play Michigan, though. They got to play Michigan. That's just the annoying part. How do we get no pressure? He has all day to throw back there. It's a 4-man front. Sacks have just not are just have not been something that we've been getting consistently on a game in game out basis this season. We've definitely regressed in that area for sure. Not been getting any pressure. Ely though is there.
That's a loss of 4 yards on the play. That makes it 2nd and 14.
Tens the mic. Tens the mic.
Ely is there again. Loss of 2. We're going to be keeping an eye out for that A&M Ole Miss game. It's number 6 versus 7. They're battling for the West to see who's going to go to the championship game. For the screen. And we're there. Like, we're all over it. Loss of 2. So Tony Ely just completely wrecks that whole series. This is super random, but Michael Sam was the gay player on Missouri. It just dawned on me. Like, he was probably I think one of the first gay NFL players to get drafted. He kissed his boyfriend on draft day or something. I don't know. This was maybe 10. No, this was 12 years ago. I don't know, because I can't remember. Someone on the defensive line was gay from Missouri, and it was Michael Sam. So you didn't ask, but it just dawned on me. Wide open, it's Sean Culkin. And here we go. Here we go. I mean, it's just so tiring how, unnecessary the game is sometimes. Our first series, we fumble it away. Because the game's mad that we forced a field goal. Really, that's how we're coming. I'm going to get you again. I'm going to get you again.
Loss of 3 yards on the play. That brings up 2nd and 13.
I'm going to get you again. Loss of 1.
That is a loss of 1
3rd
yard.
and 14. That's just so annoying. And that bench route to that. It's just uncreative. Oh, it's a pass. Johnson, what are you doing?
That makes it 2nd and 6.
So the game scripted a fumble and went right down the field and scored. Surprise. That felt so natural and, not forced and not scripted. It's not going to matter. They got their 10 points. They're still going to lose.
it 2nd and 6.
Like 22, he's coming. 22's coming. Right. Come on. Ready. Line 80. Wide. 80.
Oh, nobody. Same mountains twice. I was about to say, nobody went and followed that wide receiver all the way out on the outside. It didn't look like anybody went to cover him. And Matty Mock is back. The Mock is finally back. He's missed like 9 games around there, and he's finally back. Of course, Corbin has been going off. Back to him, hauls it in. Now our offense should be even better with Matty Mock at the helm. Or maybe it won't be that much different. I don't know. Corbin's pretty nice, not gonna lie. And we're not in the Oregon playbook to call a good running play. Wide open. Jimmy Hunt. Wide open.
Marcus makes the tackle at the 32-yard line. 1st down.
Watch 20. Check 20. Pick it up.
Easterly, let me return this, please. East to west, north and south. Daniel Easternly. User pick 6. Momentum swung instantly, just like that. Give me that. How many user picks do I have this year? I'm like the user pick master. I'm the master baiter. I bait the CPU all the time. Of course, we got a pick 6 last week against Tennessee. Duran saying USC finally goes down. They kept playing with losses too many times, and it finally burned them. They're not us. They can't handle chaos on a consistent basis like we can. And they finally lost to UCLA. We're going to see how that affects their playoff chances. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're still in. They just got to beat Notre Dame, and, you know, they're in the Pac-12 championship game. But if they lose at, like, one more time, they're out. Well, if they lose to Notre Dame but beat, but are Pac-12 champions, then maybe they could have a case. I don't know, but Daniel Easternly. Do it again. I wanted him to do it again. Yeah, but caught it off the tip. 3rd and 7.
Double tight. Four down. 10's the mic.
Guys, we have to finish the job on third down. Tony Ely's all over it. Loss of 4. He's got 4 tackles for loss. He's just not having it. Nobody get beat deep, please. Nobody just. And we get beat again. Like, guys, that's back-to-back third longs where they converted. We should have been a 2-minute under spy. We're going to have, like, the safety, like, over the top. It's almost picked off by Singleton, and it should have. It should have been. I hate when they do that. They, like, veer back out to the left. I'm going to gamble and just assume this is a run. Yep, and we guessed right. It's a loss. Deron Singleton, who now has a star underneath his name. The South Carolina will settle for a field goal. Kick is up and good. He immediately wiped. Quick throw and catch. You can slow it down. Slow it down. And as we throw it, doesn't matter. Colkin, first down. Beckham has had a phenomenal season, even better than last year. Last year, of course, I would say that Damian Washington was our best receiver, and Beckham was like the quiet second part. But, man, he has just had a phenomenal year. Mock! We've missed him on those option plays. He's like a faster Corbin Burkstresser. He's just faster than him. He's faster. He's slower than James Franklin, but he is faster than Corbin at least. Come on, Mock. What was that? Is it because your arm is still, getting used to it? Your arm's still getting used to it? I'll give him a pass on that one. All right, I'll give him a pass. He just had an upper arm fracture and was gone for like 2 months or so. So he gets a pass on that. Wide open, Josie. And I don't think Jadeveon Clowney's on the team anymore. Nope, he's not. He went to the NFL, got drafted to the Texans, I believe. Is he or no? Yeah, I don't see him on the field. Again, nobody following Josie. He's touchdown. Nobody followed him. And I wish that was thrown just a little bit higher so that safety could make a play on it or that corner or whoever, but nobody followed Josie over there, and I don't think anyone followed him the other time either. And after trailing 10-0, we are out in front by 1. A&M up on Ole Miss. I think they're going to win that one. They're going to be 10-1 when they play us. And we will also be 10-1 as well. That would be a really crazy scenario because, let's say we beat A&M, but lose to them in the championship game. Who gets in the playoffs, us or them? Because we already beat them once, and they beat us. So technically, we were tied, but yet in the setting that they beat us was more important than the setting that when we beat them. Because when we beat them, it's just a regular season game, like a regular season finale. But if they beat us, it's in the championship game. That's completely different. But if they were to beat us in the regular season and we avenged that loss in the championship game, then of course we would go to the playoffs. So essentially, whoever wins twice in a row goes to the playoffs. Or I guess whoever wins in the SEC championship game is who goes to the playoffs, really. That's how it would be settled. But what happens, next week still matters. It does. It shakes. Nobody's open on that. I knew he was going to throw it over there. And that's our first sack in an eternity. We've not been getting sacks at all lately. I've been very disappointed in that regard. How we just not been getting any sacks. Because the moment we start getting sacks, we're a completely different defense. We're not jumping offside, South Carolina. Quit being stupid. So they're going to have to punt. Look at what a grab! just took it away from the safety. And what a throw from Matty Mock.
Williams makes the interception.
Sacked again. Tony Ely. And when our defense is getting pressure, we're a completely different defense. I said it before, I'll say it again. We are not the same team if we get pressure on defense. Why are we diving at everybody? I hate how the CPU can just guard two people like that. That's annoying.
Davis intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
That was Matty Mock's first interception in a long time.
Mike 10. Mike 10, Mike 10.
I mean, I'm just so tired of us constantly getting beat deep like that. I don't know what our safety is doing. The CPU doesn't have this issue. It's only us. I don't like the way see, that's what I'm talking about. Why is it when I throw it's underthrown, but when they do it, it's perfect and out of reach?
That makes it 2nd and 10. The game cooks lined up for the kickoff. Number 20 sets a return. That is a tackle. Gain of 17 yards. That makes it 1st and 10. That
Why is Gary People like such a soft male? Like, why would we punt there? Becca, way to hang on to that, and he broke a tackle. Doyle, Green, Becca, Gary Pinkel. That's why you don't punt. Matty Mark just zipped it in there. And Doyle, Green, Becca, being the beast that he is. I'm thinking that it's open. It really wasn't. I mean, look, that is a tight throw. If the safety is just a yard closer, that's picked off. That is insanely tight coverage. And look at the hand strength and just the man strength in general. Shrugging off 2 defenders, 3 just not being denied and scoring. We're going to lose Doyle Green back into the draft next year. We are. He's not returning next season. We're going to lose him, and it's going to be painful. We already lost Washington last year. We're going to lose Beckham this year, which means we're going to either have Sasser, Moore, or Hunt, and maybe Colkin or some other guy. But Green Beckham is certainly gone next year, which is going to suck. And NC State loses to Louisville, and by a lot. I still got behind me. Again, we should be getting pressure. Why does he just have all day back there? He should not just have all day to throw. Like, our D-line has been very disappointing this year. Outside of Ely and Ray, the defensive tackles have just been garbage this year. I mean, they've just been non-existent. They've done nothing. Matt Hawk, very quiet season. Vincent, very quiet. It's just been the 2 edge rushers. Like, we need our whole defensive front to actually play as a unit.
Davis on the carry. Call it a gain of 4 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 1.
Why are they running a play action pass on 3rd and 1? Again! That is ridiculous! That's twice! We don't get that same...
First down.
Not been getting any pressure at all. They get to stand back there, pick their nose, pull down their pants and pee and have years to decide on where to go with the football, yet we don't. Come on! And we're going for it because of it. What a catch from Jimmy Hunt. Gotcha. Beckham again. 110 for Beckham. Stay in bounds, Hunt. Why isn't the clock stopping? That was an incomplete pass. Are they double teaming Hunt? No, but they should have. They should have, because Jimmy Hunt's going to score. If we had inside zone or HB dive, we would have had a better run play than that. Now, can we stop giving up the deep ball? That's ridiculous.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
How did he get 4 yards out of that? That's the cheating I'm talking about.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
Yep, gotcha. You're being Endorial. Touchdown. We got him. Y'all see this big boost he got at the end? Gosh, what are we doing? We have got to get a better defense or just something. We have to. I don't know if it's because we just don't have the players or what, but to get them fours up for the moment, it's a one-score game. Green back up with two grown man touchdowns. A&M is dominating Ole Miss, so I guess that's been decided. Ole Miss's playoff hopes have been kissed goodbye. And their SEC championship hopes have also been kissed goodbye as well. Got lucky there. If I wish I knew I wish I would have known what that was sooner. South Carolina is going to go for it. And they're going to get it. Oh, we're all over that. All over it.
That is a loss of 3 yards. That brings up second and goal.
Double tight. Four down, four down. They've got Mike 10 right here, guys. Mike 10. Ready.
Nope. Lost the one more.
Loss of 1 yard on the play. That makes it third and goal.
We're going to be a dominant defense one day. We will. It's not this year, but
10's the mic.
we will get there. I'm going to drop Ray in coverage. Why does it give me no animation? I should animate on the ball. If that's the CPU, they're intercepting that. Yet I get no animation. Again, just cheating. I should be able to make a play on that. He didn't get in. That's 2 failed 2-point conversions. But that was cheating. I should have easily made a play on that. The game let me have no animation.
That makes it second and 8.
Make that hang with us. Mark 22, Mark 22.
Call it a gain of 5 yards. That makes it third and 3.
Mike 22, he's falling, 22's falling. Mike. Here we go. Switch. Hammerhead.
Incomplete pass. Number 15 was the intended receiver on the play. That brings up fourth and 3. Return for gain of 14 yards.
Four down. 10's the mic. Set. 10-19. Track motion.
Accepted. Smith. What is Dylan Thompson doing? Xavier Smith. I didn't mean to dive right there. That should have been a pick 6. I was just so prepared to tackle that was completely unexpected that Steve just threw the ball right to me. Wow, that is a costly mistake. Taking off with Mock, and he's going to mock all over the place. Matty Mock. We want to take our time. We'll take our time, shoot the clock. Gotcha. Wide. Touchdown. 5 touchdown passes for Matty Mock's return. Back like he never left.
The kick is good.
Yeah, Ole Miss just gets dominated. But we're going to play A&M for sure.
For the kickoff. Rolling deep to return. The kickoff is down for a touchback.
Yeah, we just always find ways to win. We just do. We just get enough stops when we need them.
Thompson's on the carry. No gain.
Doc Don's got to move with more urgency.
Second and 10.
Patriot! Patriot!
Johnson tackles him in the backfield. That is a loss of 1 yard on the play. That makes it 3rd and 11.
Man left, man left. Four down, four down. Mike 10. Mike 10, Mike 10.
Not enough. Not enough.
That brings us 4th and 7.
Can we please get off the field, defense? Please. No, we cannot. No, we cannot, because our defense is just not good. I don't like winning championships with bad defenses. I couldn't play. Hello? Again, like, what are y'all doing? Like, honestly, what are y'all doing?
Loss of 5 yards on the play. That brings up 2nd and goal.
You ain't going nowhere. Ten's the mic. Ten's the mic. Ready, Mike.
Smith intended to see the play. That brings us 4th and goal.
Watch 23, watch 23. Check 26, check 26. Here we go.
No, he stepped out of bounds. Yeah, review that because he stepped out.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field stands.
Why is our defense so terrible? Like, we've not improved at all. We've stayed the same. I feel like we've even gotten worse. We had him on fourth down twice, and we didn't stop him either time.
Missouri recovers the onside kick.
Man, is our defense terrible. I don't want to be a dynasty with a trash defense.
Delayed game, offense. Still third down.
We'll just take a knee and get out of here. Very disappointed in the defense and the game for not letting me animate. But players just keep getting beat deep, and there's nothing else to say. We've just been abysmal all year on this side of the ball. Abysmal. But 5 touchdown passes for Matty Bach with 408 yards passing and his return from an upper arm fracture. He didn't miss a single beat. When Beckham was going off, if only our defense was equally as good. If only. Like that Descendant song, sung by Dove Cameron. Matty Bach, 21 for 32, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, was sacked 4 times. Great job at protecting your QB who just was getting off an upper arm fracture injury at the line. Outstanding work. 65 yards was the longest to Donovan Beckham, 218 pass rating, rushing. Just 23 for Josie, his season low and career low. Completely quiet. Dorial Green Beckham, though, just dominated this game. He's like Calvin Johnson. 2 touchdowns, 177 yards receiving. Hunt had 88 and a touchdown. Colkin had 70. White had 43 and a touchdown. Josie had 20 and a touchdown. Defensively, Brothers had tackles for loss. Simon, 2 tackles for loss. Singleton, 2 tackles for loss. 5 tackles for loss for Ely and a sack. 1 for Johnson, Ruse, 2 for Vincent and a sack. David Smith had an interception. And Daniel Easterly had that pick 6. It was all user, by the way. I sniffed out that play from a mile away. Dylan Thompson, 30 for 42, 404, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks, sacked twice. Longest was 51 to Demary Bird, 176.5 passer rating. Just 66 for Mike Davis and a touchdown. Receiving, Roland had 2 touchdowns and 97 yards, 155 for Bird and 2 touchdowns, 35 for Jones, 37 for Ellington, 23 for Anderson, and 42 for Brand. So Dustin Beck, the brother to Devin Beck, committed, and we finally have siblings on the Missouri team. That's what you love to see. Dustin and Devin, siblings playing together. You gotta love it. Got to love it. We have a lot of finalists for a lot of awards, by the way. This is, I mean, I expect our defense to be better this year. We're not. We're the exact same as last year. You know, Florida State season 1 and 2, both good defenses. Ohio State, good defense in season 2. And Michigan State, really good defense season 1. Outside of that, everyone else just has an okay to, very garbage defense. And A&M somehow has, I mean, we deserve it. We've not been playing that great. We've not had a dominant win really that much. We deserve to be jumped. We deserve to be jumped. We've only lost to Auburn, and other than that, they would have been undefeated. But they've beaten everybody else. They've beaten Bama 48-41. They played Tulsa, interestingly. Of course, they dominated Ole Miss. Like I said, 49-28, I guess that's dominating. 42-23, 45-17. 35-17, of course, we lost. 36-41, 49-35, 31-21, 52-35, 38-19, 50-40, 41-39. Yeah, just disappointing. Disappointing. We do have A&M. One more game, and then it's SEC championship game. And again, we're going to turn around and play them. Again, that is happening. We're going to turn around and play them again. We're first for Derek Barnett. He needs to make a decision, though. Jerry Caldwell's about to sign. We'll offer you a scholarship. Why not? Matt Pollock. Why do we have that many points when he's 8th? I don't understand that. We're not going to get Brian Green. That's okay. We're not getting John Royal either. So Dustin Beck, 6'1", 190 from Irvington, New Jersey, the brother to Devin Beck from Hillview, Kentucky. Guy again, switched that birth or born separate homes, baby mama, baby daddy issues again. They're brothers though, Devin and Dustin. Don't forget it. So our class is looking very good. Anyone interested in visiting? Jabari is. We're gonna have a lot of people visiting on the bye week, the week after the A&M game. So, where are we in top classes? Are we still 5th? No, we went down to 7. We have 7 3-stars, 8 2-stars, and 3 4-stars, and 1 5-star. So we went down to 2 spots. And again, we're still in the playoffs, but these 2 weeks are crucial, very crucial. If we lose just one time, we're out. We're out because if we lose this week, if you lose this week and turn around and play them again and beat them, we're in. But if we win and turn around and lose, we're out. So, and they would be in. So it just matters when and where you lose and in what setting. So just to confirm that we would play them twice. We may not. If Auburn wins again, they would be 6-2 in conference, and A&M would fall to 6-2 if we would have beat them. So maybe we would play Auburn. Interesting. It will either be Auburn or A&M who we would play. There's a coaching upgrade. What are the polls looking like? Clemson is the new number 1 because USC lost. Ohio State moved to 2. A&M jumped us at 3. We're 4. Connecticut, who is not getting the playoffs. And again, I'm so glad I'm the one in charge of the rankings because it's so annoying to have teams who don't belong in the top 5 at all just make the championship game just because if this was like the BCS year. Because I'm in charge, this is playoffs. Connecticut, you're getting kicked out. You're the first one getting kicked out. Louisville is number 6. They're on the bubble. USC falls to 7. They're not out of it yet. Michigan State is 8. They're not out of it either. Fresno State, no, you're getting kicked out. Georgia Tech, kicked out. So really, Michigan State, USC, Louisville are all on the bubble. Those are the bubble teams. Those are the bubble teams. We have a coaching upgrade for Gary Pinkel. We're going to do that. The closer. And get ready for A&M, who is third, and this is a road game. So we're playing College Station. Atmosphere is going to be crazy. Hopefully, what doesn't happen to us. I mean, what happened? Hopefully, what happened to Texas this past year on the road to A&M on the final game of the season doesn't happen to us because we know. Actually, A&M had Texas last game of the season. A&M was supposed to win that one, and they were on the road against then Austin, and Texas A&M lost to Arch Manning. And the year before, Texas won in like a defensive showdown, like 17-7 or something. So they almost lost both years. Well, no, Texas almost lost that one, 2024, and won. And then last year, this past season, A&M should have won against Texas and Austin, but lost. So hopefully we don't lose to A&M final game of the season is what I'm trying to say. Kirk Herbstreit is favoring Texas A&M. That's fair. We've not played up to standard, really. We're still first in points per game. They're 16. Total defense, we are 76. I mean, we were rated as high as 7. And we fell like, what is that? 69 spots. Yeah. We fell 69 spots. We're still first run defense, though. We are second to last in pass defense. I mean, we're basically dead last in pass defense. So that's just disappointing.